Look at us. Look at us putting it together like it's our job. Oh, I just got to tilt that camera just a smidge. Guys, welcome. This is my living room. This is not my living room, but it should very well be. Welcome to the show presented by Americans for Prosperity. The best, the very, very, very best coverage of the election is happening here. You know, I'm serious because I'm wearing a jacket and I got the fancy earpiece and I got the TV earpiece in right here. I got some tweets to send out. We got some things to do. Got the cigars. Drinks will be coming. I hope you are set. Get yourself some drinks. Get yourselves, a cigar or whatever you like, and just relax. You've done all the work. The only thing you can do tonight is take it all in, baby. That's it. The only thing you can do is watch what happens. And there are a lot of things to watch right here like this. That's Georgia, baby boo. That is Georgia with a FanDuel ad. And you have, take a look right there. See where my mouse is? Those are the story. Not that Walker is ahead by so much, but that the trending over those last couple of polls went to Herschel Walker, the Republican, running against the incumbent Democrat Senator Raphael Warnock. That's the story. That is one of the many stories. Now, Georgia is a race that you have to pay attention to because of the runoff possibilities. Georgia does not say person with the most votes wins. Georgia says 50% plus one wins this election. So if nobody gets 50%, there will be a runoff on December 6th, and there will be a tremendous amount of drinking between now and then because America does not want this. I am a believer that Herschel Walker can actually achieve the 50% mark. I don't think at this stage we've got ourselves a runoff. I think he can win this thing absolutely positively outright. I just want to turn down my TV right here because let me see if I can do it that way. There we go. Is that working? Oh, maybe not. Maybe it is. So I've got Fox News up. I've got my local stuff up here in Indiana because there's a lot of Indiana races going on, and I'm going to be following them. Of course I am. I've been making the argument, and I want to say successfully, that the Democratic Party lost this, not that the Republican Party has won this. And I am convinced that that has to be the message going forward, because the Republican Party getting to an idea of complacency, which they do quickly, we won, we got this. It is foot on the gas starting tomorrow. You don't even get a day to celebrate. Republicans will take the House. Republicans will take the Senate. I'm saying by 3. There's a possibility 2. There's a possibility 4. I'm saying Republicans plus 3 in that Senate race. Absolutely where I am. But what happened here, no matter what it is we see, is a Democratic Party that is completely detached from our reality. And we know this even regardless of outcome. And I don't think that we have an outcome that even questions that the Republicans are going to be victorious. If you've run on abortion, January 6th, some of you saw me on Newsmax today. You ran on abortion. You ran on January 6th. You've run on calling parents domestic terrorists. You can't have anything. You can't do anything. You can't connect when people are having trouble finding food on the shelves, when they're having problems paying their rent. This winter, people will choose between whether they heat their house or whether they eat. That's going to happen. And this administration said, you're too focused on high prices. Or like Kathy Hochul in New York, the governor, why they're hyperventilating. Lee Zeldin's hyperventilating about crime. It's not hyperventilating about crime. When crime is so rampant, when people don't feel safe, that's the disconnect. Hyperventilating, meaning, how dare you complain? We told you you're not allowed to complain. We told you can't even begin to discuss complaining. There's no place for you to be complaining, as if somehow they decide for us. And that is the story. They believe that since they control so much of the media apparatchik, they can decide for us. Why do you think they're so absolutely infuriated and freaked out, disgusted with Elon Musk and the fact that he controls Twitter? They lost their ability to decide the conversation. Twitter is up in monetizable daily active users. So lowercase m, capital DAU. Monetizable daily active users, they're up 20% in a week. Think that's coincidence? That is proof positive of the conversation we're having about the disconnect. They think that more control is better. They're convinced that more control is better. They think that you not having a say is better. And what do you think? You should have a say. You should be able to speak freely. You should be able to engage. And you are 100% right. You should be able to do all of those things. By the way, I mentioned Kathy Hochul right there and this race. Let me bring this in right here. So this is that New York race. I know that there are people who are desperate to believe that Lee Zeldin can win this governor's seat. No, nothing shows that at the moment. I know the Trafalgar Group poll, and what I like about it so much is that it's under that 3%. For me, I like a poll that has at least 1,000 likely voters and a margin of error of 3 or less. When you show me a poll that is 612 likely voters, and likely, don't even pay attention to registered voters, RV, pay attention to LV, likely voters. That's the only thing that matters. People who are actually going to show up to the polls. And I've heard good reports, like real voter turnout here in my beloved Indiana and in other places. And of course, some issues in Arizona. We'll get to that throughout the evening. Trafalgar has that as a tie. You see it right there. And then the Hill Emerson has it as Hochul +9. The entire state, according to the people at Real Clear Politics, they believe, do they have it? Like, I was wondering where they see their underpolling. They don't seem to have that listed. The idea that a Republican, even at this stage of the game, even with all the madness, is going to take New York is just, it's just not believable by me. That isn't to say I don't want it. It's just not believable by me. Zeldin has run a super fantastic race, and Kathy Hochul is awful, as we have seen in this campaign. But you've got too many people. You have too much you have to cover. Now, I want to show you this. So you're going to be like, Tony, you're showing me the New York Times. Yeah, because over the past years, when it comes to the election coverage, man, they've been the absolute best on the maps, on the actual technology of what it is they're showing. So let me. Because it's just terrific. They've got that technology perfectly clear. Now we're gonna have moments where I step away from the camera, where I do a little bit of work. I actually have a tweet on. Oh, is my jacket too high? Thank you, Sarah, who runs all our digital, said my jacket was too high. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm relaxing. Maybe I have to tuck it. That's it. There. Is that better? Is that better? Can I get away with that? Because if I have to, I'm just taking off the jacket. That's right. All your dreams will come true. So there's a tremendous amount to cover. Polls still have to close in a whole bunch of the country, and they will be. They absolutely will be. I'm going to be covering it all. I want to make sure I get the information out to everybody that we're live and we're on right now and doing the thing. So I'm going to do that for a minute. So just relax, take a breath. Do I have any good like music that I can play? I don't know if it's good music, but I don't know. Like, what does this sound like? It's got my earpiece. I don't actually know. So let me get this all squared away and tell everybody where they can find us. Live election coverage happening now. If only I could spell. There are races that you need to be looking at. And there are races that I am looking at. And there are some races that not everybody has been discussing, like that governor's race in Oklahoma, which has gotten, it was weirdly tight. The Democrat, she used to be a Republican. Joy, what's her last name? And she decided to become a Democrat and really gave Kevin Stitt a run for his money. She only started imploding recently. So that's going to be a tight race, and one that I'm very, very curious about how that plays out. Is it possible that they're going to lose? According to Larry Sabato, who does the Crystal Ball, University of Virginia, there are a couple Republican pickups in those governor's races. One of them is going to be Nevada. Steve Sisolak, the Democrat incumbent, has been losing to the sheriff of Clark County, Joe Lombardo, for over a month, 2 months now, and no end in sight. And that also is going to be the site of a Senate loss where Catherine Cortez Masto, the Democrat, is going to lose to Adam Laxalt. That's where all the numbers are right now. That's where they're showing things being. And I don't have a reason to think that it's going to happen otherwise. I don't have any reason to think that those numbers are off or awkward. Let me then give a caveat to that. The cigar keeps going out. It's the La Galera. I may have to move on. What did you bring me? They're bringing me at cigar. Oh, the El Baton. That is from the good people at JC Newman. No, if you would do me a favor though, grab me that little case right there in my bag. Grab me that right there. I may move on to my next cigar. I'll take the wine. I'll take the bourbon. I'll take whatever you got. What are you kidding? There's nothing but drinking going on. I'm putting this down. I don't know why that's having an issue right there, but I'll put that down too. This is my cigar travel, and I am moving. Some people had questions about my order of cigars. I'm going to move right into the Opus X. This is the 888. So a bit of a Lancero shape, torpedo there. So I'll do a straight cut on that, and I'll light that up, and we'll go. So now is a good time to get yourself a drink. I'm going to answer your questions as well, and let me take a look at those. So if you're leaving comments on Rumble, I greatly appreciate it. If you're leaving comments that are over there, right there, Freddie, good to see you. And Road Dog, what do you mean share a cigar? Like you want one of my cigars? Come on over. I'll get you a cigar. I'm equal opportunity. Boom. All right. So I didn't go too far on that. You could have V-cut that thing, but I wasn't in the mood. And then of course, as we do when we light, I like to go up, down, move it around a little bit. Some people move the lighter. I sometimes move the cigar right there. This lighter, it's a $10 lighter. You don't have to spend hundreds on lighters unless you want the art of it. That's totally up to you. And we'll get that a little nice and toasted. And then beautiful. Absolutely. Positively perfect. Hold on one sec. Drop my phone. The numbers. Do you believe in polling? Well, you got to understand that the pollsters don't know what they believe right now. They have absolutely no idea whether they believe in the polling or not. I shared this yesterday. This was from MSNBC.
You've never lived through this before. The pollsters have no idea if they're right. They think they're right, but maybe their sort of assumptions about who's coming out to vote is wrong. Democrats are really excited about the surge of early votes, but we don't know. We know that Republicans vote more on Election Day. We don't know how many of them are coming out. They
don't know. And I think that's unbelievably honest in the assessment. They don't. I have my voting thing on. They don't know what it is they don't know. They don't know whether or not they have accurately connected and gotten an understanding of what it is that's happening. So the first part of this is what you and I have known for years, the undercounting of the political right. They have been undercounting the political right for years now. Then again, that really didn't start until 2014, and it became very evident in 2016 with the election of Donald Trump, because I'm a guy who got his ass kicked in the election there in 2012 when Romney gave it up. When Romney lost because he wouldn't actually fight. And that is the way it must be said. He would not fight. That's what happened. I don't know why we would even think otherwise. That's what happened. I started not believing. I started not paying attention. I can't trust. And I certainly don't trust any one poll. You got to show me large swaths in order for me to be able to kind of figure things out. And then because, well, we do this, we're able to, if we honestly assess the situation, the schemes, responses, we're able to get a good understanding of where people are and of what's happening. They do undercount the political right. And the reason they undercount the political right is because the political right won't answer. They won't answer the questions. They don't want to answer the questions. They don't want to be a part of the insanity. So it was Robert Cahaly, who is with the Trafalgar Group. He's their chief pollster, who referred to this as the submerged Trump voter. And what he said was that there are people who simply won't talk to us, but they're there. Now, I extrapolate that out to be the shy right voter, because I think it has much more to do with not wanting to be bothered and less to do with Trump. Some people said, is it out of fear? Is it out of fear that people don't respond to pollsters? And I'm like, no, I don't think it's fear, although I get the argument. If they respond, someone might hear about it and then go after the business or go after them. We've seen the violence. We're not kidding ourselves here that this happens. The political left might want to tell you that only happens on the political right, but we, being more honest, know that this happens, and it happens way too freaking often. We are aware of this. I think it has more to do with the fact that people just don't want to be bothered. They don't want to explain themselves to effing anyone. They don't want to have to tell you why. They don't want to have the argument. They don't want to have to explain it. Exactly the same reason why voting takes place in private, which is, of course, something unions so very much oppose. They want you to have to vote in the open. What do they call that? Card check? Is that what it was? I think that's what it was called. They don't want you to be able to have any privacy. They want you to have to deal with the Mao-esque struggle session every single time. People don't want it. They want to be left alone. They're sick and tired of having to explain themselves. And to people who think that somehow they're right and you're wrong because you're voting differently than they are, they don't want to explain nothing to nobody. Americans want normalcy and they want to be left alone. And the political left won't give normalcy and won't leave you alone. There's a book. Where's my drink? Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me. Don't worry. Real drinks are coming. My wine's right over there. There's a book by Noah Rothman, who where is Noah? I should get him on here. The book is called The New Puritans. And it's the idea that the political left has become this puritanical faction that wants to put an end to fun. Oh, you think that's funny? Well, you don't know that it's racist. Oh, you're white and you want to open up a taco stand? That's cultural appropriation. Someone today challenged me on that, and I sent them the story. This is from 2017, that these two women wanted to open a taco shop. They went to Mexico, they went here and there, and they were learning about things, and they got good ideas, and they opened the taco shop, and people said, that's cultural appropriation. You can't have that. They shut down. As I reminded everyone today, on Tuesdays at my house, we do Taco Tuesday. I'm going to keep doing Taco Tuesday. I don't care who likes it. I am going to appropriate those tacos because tacos are freaking delicious. I love them. I'm going to continue to love them, and I don't care who's happy about it. But that's just the thing. You mean I eat a taco and I'm a bad person? Can't you just leave me alone? And the political left does not leave you alone. They must badger you. They must punish you. They must shame you. They must cancel you. It's constant and consistent. People don't want it. They just want to be left the hell alone. That's what the political left missed. And that's why pollsters can't get a bead on what the hell is going on in this election. They have absolutely no way to do it. None. Zero. Hold on a second. I'm following some comments. I'm glad, Road Dog, that you like the tacos, because tacos are glorious, I tell you. Let's go back to some of these races. I was talking about that Nevada race, of course, but let's get into the big one, the one that everybody has questions about, the one that they're hoping beyond hope about, and that's Arizona. This has been sensational. If you want a moment where you're peaking at the right time, son of a gun, Blake Masters has done it. Take a look at those two in red. That's Masters leading for the first time in the polls, the Republican against the incumbent Senator Mark Kelly, who ran a human garbage campaign. Miserable, terrible, awful. You're in Arizona. Remember, all politics are local. Some subjects play differently in different places. Clearly, the conversation about the border plays differently in Arizona than it might, let's say, in my beloved Indiana. Mark Kelly doesn't go to the border. Game over. Game over. Never mind he had an absolutely terrible debate performance. Never mind that he's not really a likable dude. Remember, was it he who defeated Martha McSally? I believe that's what it was in that special election. Martha McSally, on paper, is an absolutely incredible candidate with the military history and everything else. She can't campaign. She can't campaign. She cannot do it. I don't want to be angry with her. That's just fact. Blake Masters, I don't think, is a great campaigner, but he did a couple things that are really worthy of noticing. First, he was not afraid of the Trump endorsement at all. He embraced it. Second, he made sure to work with Kari Lake, the gubernatorial candidate, who seems poised to win that election against the Secretary of State, Katie Hobbs. And number three, he did not yield. Now, this is really, really, really important. If we take a look at what happens, you're on the political right and you make a statement. You've got a point of view. What does the media do? They attack that statement. How dare you think this? How dare you say this? And what they want you to do is moderate. They want you to give in. They want you to correct. And so then they can show that they can push you around. When they learn that they cannot push you around, they go nuts. And they double and redouble their efforts. Of course, we learned this from Donald Trump and his 4 years in office. And they try to find any subject, anywhere, anytime, where they can push you around. That's what they try to do. And when they can't, they continue trying to push you around, and they get rougher, and they get tougher, and they get angrier. When you don't yield, you win. Because people notice that you did not yield. People notice that you did not give up. People notice that you hold strong. This is why Kari Lake is going to be the next governor of Arizona. I don't know if you caught it. Somebody said to her, are you going to leave the governor's mansion if you win to go be Donald Trump's vice presidential running mate? She's like, not only am I going to be here for 4 years, I'm going to be here for 8 years, and I'm going to be your worst freaking nightmare. Those are the absolute words that she used. It was tremendous. She has been an incredible fighter, and she does it with wonderful moderation. She always takes it out on the press. She doesn't take it out on the people of Arizona. Solid, good stuff. So that's Blake Masters, and why he's done so well. He has had made some right moves, and he has also had the advantage of having Kari Lake in that race. That's good stuff. Let me take the I think we're going to take the quick break right here. Can I call it the quick break? Can I do that right there? Let me bring this to you. If you missed yesterday, the video, I was doing a couple of predictions. Let me give that to you. Less than 24 hours away from the start of the election, and people have done their final polling. They've engaged their final tabulations, and they're right and they're wrong and they're missing key information. But the truth is, we have a very good idea, a sense of what's going to happen. Can't be 100% sure, but we have this sense of what's going to happen. The pollsters don't. And I think the biggest story to come out of this election is possibly the recognition that pollsters will have to admit they don't know where the American people are, and they don't know what the American people are at all are interested in. Guys, welcome to the show presented by Americans for Prosperity, AmericansForProsperity.org. Two pieces of audio to share with you, two videos to share with you, and then just go through some of the basics of the polling going on. Of course, it looks like Republicans are an incredible. There we go. Sorry about that. I didn't like how that was playing. So I'm like, let me just pull up the map right here from. Anywhere should be surprised that Rand Paul is going to win in Kentucky. So there's a great example of you've got a bunch of people who are up for re-election, but a lot of these races aren't races that we were paying attention to because you didn't have to. It wasn't necessary to pay attention to them because you knew the result. We've got polls closing in Georgia at 7 o'clock, New Hampshire at 7 o'clock, Ohio at 7:30 is when those polls close. And then we don't have closings. Pennsylvania's 8 o'clock. Wisconsin is 9 o'clock. By the way, Wisconsin's a pretty fantastic story because in Wisconsin, what you saw was this whole talk about Mandela Barnes, the lieutenant governor, and he was going to do so well. Well, the issue with Mandela Barnes is that this is a guy who was totally fine with defund the police. Mandela Barnes is a guy who was fine with calling police an occupying force. If you're going to do that, chances are you are not going to get much love. Let's see what we've got right here. We have got ourselves, look at all that red. All of that. Ron Johnson, Ron Johnson, Ron Johnson, Ron Johnson, and Ron Johnson. That's what's happening. He has simply taken over and right now seems unbeatable. Now, I'll take that right. You can move that right off. But I tell you, you should be enjoying yourself. Dinner is served right here. We did a little bit of filet, and it don't just with my hands. I'm so it's glorious. It's fantastic. This is how election coverage should happen. Cigars, steak, bourbon, wine. Guys, why aren't you here? My goodness. So happy. Now, Wisconsin has another race that it's as if the left doesn't want to talk about at all. And that is the race where you have the current governor, Tony Evers, just in a bad place. I don't know anything about Tim Michaels. I mean, literally zero is what I know about Tim Michaels. What I know is there's the Siena poll has Evers up by 2, but check it out. Hold on. There's a and as a matter of fact, I don't know why anybody would even think of buying into that, especially when you take a look at data right here, data for progress, which is left leaning, 1,500 likely voters, a margin of error of 2, and it shows Tim Michaels up 2. That's what's happening. That shows you the strength that the Republicans have had and have been growing with. The message of defund the police is a garbage message. It's terrible. And the left is desperate to say that's not what they said, even though it's exactly what they said. And then they want to tell you on the other side, oh, no, we really mean it. They can't control the progressives. They cannot control these people. The progressives want to defund the police. The progressives want to claim we need to reallocate the funds. They don't believe in a police force. They just simply don't believe in it. What they want to do is pretend like they care. I've done a lot of Fox lately, and I have been on with on Lawrence Jones's show there, Cross Country, and I appreciate him having me on. I've been on with a guy by the name of Kevin Walling. Nice dude, a liberal, nice dude, a Biden surrogate is how he refers to himself. And he keeps trying to say that it's the Democrats who are funding police. It's the Democrats who are taking care of police officers. Republicans won't fund police. If you want to tell me about outrageous legislation that Republicans weren't in favor of that happened to have some funding for police, but exacerbated inflation, they were right. If you wanted to fund police, you would have had a standalone bill, you would have funded police, and that would have been the end of the ball game. That would have been the totality of the thing. That isn't what you did. That's not what you did. So everybody reads through it. They know that it's a lie. They know that it's garbage. They're fully aware of that. The Democratic Party is in favor of defunding the police, and they can't ignore it. And America didn't ignore it. And that's the part that, again, most upsets them. So when you take a look at some of these things, some of these results right here, some of these numbers, there's no reason to think it isn't going to go in this direction. And the reason why is the idea of the total disconnect. That's it. Now, let me see if, by the way, how did that music sound? I know it was silly. What was this? Oh, that's too floaty. That is too floaty. And then, of course, I've got this. That's Kamala Harris laughing on a loop. That's what hell sounds like. Give me a second. Let me have a bite of this wonderful steak. And I know I saw you there on Rumble, Puritan. You can't afford it. Dude, you don't have to explain to me the financial issues going on out there. This is part of the sponsorship deal. Blend Bar Cigar, which has allowed me to broadcast from their location tonight. blendbarcigar.com is where you can find them. So the steak was part of the deal. Let me play this for you, and give me 2 minutes. See, that's not good either. Maybe this one was it. That's a little soft music. Be right back. All right, thank you. I appreciate it. There's going to be a little bit of eating. I could eat in front of you, but that's weird. That is weird. This is not a cooking show. I want to go to your questions. I want to answer everything. I'm over here at Rumble. Right here. Oh, when you pull up the map, you lose my audio? Oh, no, really? Is that true? When the map comes up, I lose the audio? Oh, that's a problem. That is a problem. That's not going to work at all. Right there. I'll see if I can figure that out, because it doesn't seem like it's something that I should lose. Let me see, because that's up, right? That is there. You're telling me you lose my audio right here? You don't hear me when I do that? Oh, that's going to be an issue. All right, so I'll have to show the map and then come back to it. I'll figure it out. Live and learn is what the people say. Let me go right here. This is Linda, interested in the Secretary of State race. Now, there's a bunch of these happening across the country. In Indiana, this has been a very hotly contested race because the Republican candidate, Diego Morales, allegations of sexual impropriety, allegations of voting impropriety. He's running for Secretary of State, where you monitor the vote. The thing is, he was living in one county and in one election voted in another county, but he had done a homestead exemption in the first county. So that's the place you're supposed to vote. But he was living someplace else for a couple of years, and so he voted there. Okay, if I go full screen, you lose the audio. Got it. We won't go full screen. We've got it. We're good. So it's actually a big race. You haven't had a Democrat in Indiana win a statewide race since a woman by the name of Glenda Ritz became the superintendent of public instruction here. And Republicans went so absolutely nutty that they took away voting for the superintendent of public instruction. I swear to you, that's a true story. Got rid of it and made it an appointment of the governor. Now, one could argue that it should probably be the appointment of the governor, the party in power, if you will, as opposed to voting for a party or someone being elected that's not of the same party. Then again, it's voting. People vote for somebody, they should that should matter, and their voice should be heard in that way. So that's been a thing here. But there are Secretary of State races going on all over, and it was S.E. Cupp. Oh, she's so concerned. So concerned. I wonder if I have that. I wonder if I can grab that, because she said something that was, again, proof of the disconnect. And what she said was that you have the possibility of Republicans winning in all these places, and they're nothing more than election deniers. These people are election deniers, and if they win, it's going to be such a serious problem. And then listen to how she downplays some of the issues that are clearly the most top of mind for Americans. It doesn't matter where you are. Check this out.
This is why, all the races are important, and I know we're all watching, Senate Pennsylvania, Senate Georgia, but the three races that I think are most important are Christina Caramo in Michigan, Mark Fincham in Arizona, and Jim Marchant in Nevada. They're all running for Secretary of State. They're all election deniers. They have all suggested in some way that they might not certify elections, that they might refuse.
Unless they win.
Unless they like the results. And they've tried in the past, that they want to try again. I think those might be the most important elections. You might not feel them. I understand pocketbook issues and crime. I get that. But that's the future of future elections and democracy.
Pocketbook issues and crimes. Oh, yeah. Those things. What the hell? SE. What happened to SE Cupp? Pocketbook issues and crime, your money, inflation, how you feed your kids, what's on the store shelves, how you afford anything. Could you find a new car because of the chip issues? All of that. Oh, yeah, sure. But no, it's not an either or. The argument should be, the rational argument should be, is that it's both. It is both what's on the shelves and what you can afford for your family, as well as making sure that we have safe and secure elections. Also, can we just put an end to this election denier nonsense? This election denier conversation. If you think there were problems in the election of Joe Biden, like I do, doesn't make me an election denier. Joe Biden's the president of the United States. I don't question this. But Pennsylvania had issues. The judiciary usurped the authority of the legislative when they changed the rules, allowing votes that should not have been allowed. I'm an election denier if I note that. Go to hell. Of course I'm not an election denier, and neither are you. You're just fine. They're out of their damn heads. I'm not an election denier if the Supreme Court never hears the cases, which it was Samuel Alito and Clarence Thomas who said, if we're not hearing this, what are we here for? What's the point? If the Supreme Court had heard some of these cases and ruled on some of these cases, so much of this would go away. It would never have existed, but they didn't. The John Roberts Court didn't do it, leaving a lot of us in just a craptastic place with this. It's not election denying to say there were problems. It's not election denying to ask questions. It just isn't. And to say otherwise is complete and total bunk nonsense garbage. And we should say so. The idea that democracy is on the ballot, I forget who said this. Democracy is not on the ballot. Democracy is the ballot. I think that's a wonderful bit of expression there. I think that it makes as much sense as anything else. But people who don't want you to be able to speak freely, people who want to call you a domestic terrorist if you question what's going on in your kid's school, people who want to tell you if you disagree with them, you're a racist. These people are not the people who get to make the call about what is good and what is not and who is righteous and who isn't. They don't get that say. They're not entitled to that level of authority. And man, are they pissed that you're not accepting their level of authority. They are angry as can be. Where the hell did I put my lighter? I'm one guy. How could I lose a lighter? Good Lord. This whole thing has gone to hell, everybody. Did I put it in my pocket? What did I put it in my pocket? I was lighting. Oh, she moved it. She moved it. Thank you. That's Andrew right there, helping out, in charge of lighters. In about an hour, this room is going to be full of semi-drunk people screaming at their TVs. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be absolutely, positively fantastic. Part of what I was talking about earlier about standing strong and fighting is exactly that. They can scream election denier from now until the end of time. It's a garbage argument. Are there people who will deny elections, and are there people out there who believe that Donald Trump is still president of the United States? Yes. Do I think they're right? No. I don't think they're right. I don't know. Does that make me a bad person? I think it makes me a pretty rational person. Joe Biden's president of the United States. Donald Trump is not president. When they were talking about how there was going to be this thing that happened and Trump was going to be installed as president, people actually believe that? And the answer is yes. And that is sad. But it wasn't a preponderance of people. It was a small group of people. We have no system for installing somebody as president. We don't do that. We don't install presidents. We elect presidents. So it was, of course, just nonsense from the word go. It was nonsense from the very, very beginning. But the idea that there were challenges that were not heard by the courts, well, that has led to some of the continued conversations. The fact that there were issues in Fulton County in Georgia, issues in places in Arizona, and of course, what I discussed about Pennsylvania, I'll say it again. I would not have recognized the electors from Pennsylvania because the judiciary usurped the authority of the legislative, and the legislature determines the style of election, the means of the election, et cetera. State legislatures do that. And you've heard people say, well, my gosh, if Republicans win, the states will be deciding elections. Damn straight. That's the rules. That's how it works. Why? Why would I ever let you do it? The federal government has to do it? No, the federal government doesn't have to do it. It's just like the abortion conversation. The abortion conversation that people are having right now is this idea that somehow we need something federal done about this. There was Lindsey Graham who pushed that idea. He was wrong. And of course, there's the political left. It can't be left up to the states, because if it's left up to the states, that's oppressive. The federal government has to stop the states from being oppressive. Now, I'm a believer in federalism, but states have rights, if only because I have, the 9th and 10th Amendments to the Constitution, the 10th Amendment to the Constitution, to the states or to the people, respectively. Anything that isn't the purview of the federal government, this shouldn't be the purview of the federal government. States have rights, and they don't believe you should have any rights. The overturning of Roe v. Wade meant states will decide, and different states will decide different things. I think that's better. I think that's more important. And for the people who don't think that, talk to them about guns. The Second Amendment says the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Why does Massachusetts think that I'm not allowed to carry my firearm into Boston? Who are they? They want to usurp what the Constitution says. They want to decide that they're more important than the Constitution. But on abortion, they want you, the states, to have no say whatsoever. Man, that's freaking hilarious. And just as a great example of how silly they are. By the way, in Indiana, you've got Todd Young, the incumbent, with 55% of the vote. McDermott, the Democrat, with 42% of the vote. You'll notice that equals about 98%, which means that in that race, the Libertarian is only coming in at 2%. The Libertarian in that race, the guy by the name of James Siniak, never had a shot. It is the Libertarian in the Secretary of State race in Indiana, Jeff Maurer. That's going to be interesting, because 10% is a threshold to be able to get ballot access and things like that. That's going to be very interesting, because Indiana is a place where libertarians can play. Libertarians can play. I thought I got something on myself. Libertarians can play in the state of Indiana. So we'll see how that progresses. Now, this is John. All right, John, you want to start the fight? Hell yeah, John. Trump was a great president, but I wish he would stay on the golf course. Yep. A lot of people feel that way. He is expected to announce next Tuesday. Don't know if he will or don't know if he won't. If he does, it's a very simple plan. Clear the field. You already heard him say today, even though he voted for DeSantis, that if Ron gets into this race, it could be a serious problem. It could be a serious issue. It could be bad for Ron. It'll be bad for the base. He'll anger the base. He'll rile up the base. He shouldn't get in to the race. He's going to be saying that for the next year, because if I'm Ron DeSantis, I'm running Florida, baby. By the way, have we got a number by how much Charlie Crist is going to lose by? How embarrassing it's going to be for Charlie Crist getting his butt kicked by Ron DeSantis? If I'm Ron DeSantis, let Trump say anything he wants. My answer is I'm busy running the state of Florida, best state in the union, freest state in the union, fastest growing state in the union. We're doing this, we're doing that, we're recovering from the hurricane. You'll notice no one's talking about the hurricane. Hurricane Ian, massive hurricane, serious damage. No one's talking about it, because the repair efforts are obviously going very well. When you can rebuild a bridge in 3 days and you've got trucks of food heading to the islands, the border there on the West Coast, in order to ensure that people are fed. Well, yeah, you got good things happening. You got good things happening, and that's why people aren't talking about it. They're not even pretending to say, "Oh, look what's happened here. Look what Ron DeSantis hasn't done over there." So Trump can call him Ron DeSanctimonious from now until the end of time. It doesn't matter, guys. I can't say it enough. Listen to me. It doesn't matter. It's like Bill Murray in Meatballs. It just doesn't matter, because Ron DeSantis doesn't have to pay attention to any of it. I'll do you another one. Of course, Ron DeSantis is going to run for president. Ron DeSantis does not have to stay out of this race. He has the luxury of being the last guy in. Everybody is going to wonder what he's going to do. He doesn't have to react to Trump. Trump has to react to him. Now, I am not anti-Trump. Trump is a better president than Joe Biden any day of the week and twice on Sunday, and a better man than Joe Biden. I understand Trump's imperfections, so we're not going to lie to each other, guys. That's silly. But Trump's better. Policies better. Attitude better. Joe Biden's a nasty, nasty guy. He is what he is. It's not really a deniable subject. I want to win. And I want to win with people who have the right policies, who have the right level of fight, and have the easiest path to victory. I want to win. So I don't need Trump the way other people feel they really need him. What I need are smart policy ideas, and I need Trump's understanding of fighting. If other people can fight the way Trump has fought, we've got a plethora of candidates, and Ron DeSantis is one of them. You certainly have seen it in the Arizona election, this governor's race with Carrie Lake. Some people are idol worshipers. It's Trump or nothing. I've never been that guy. I hated it when they did it about Reagan. I had nothing against Ronald Reagan. But you had people for years comparing people, well, they're no Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was dead. Well, they're no Ronald Reagan. How the hell do you compare yourself to the ghost of the idol worshiper? You can't. So we did ourselves constant disservices on the political right by trying to say of everybody, well, how do they match up to Reagan? Same thing is true. How do they match up to Trump? They're no Trump. Only Trump can save us. I don't think that's healthy. I don't think that's healthy, nor smart, nor valuable, nor worthwhile. I think that's unbelievably dangerous. I also think it's weak. You might think Trump's a better candidate. Well, then lay it out on paper. But you have to have Trump and no one else will do it. No one else can do it. That's not true. That may have been true 2 years ago, but we've seen things now. And so I don't know if that's true. So Ron DeSantis doesn't have to rush. Ron DeSantis doesn't have to push. Ron DeSantis doesn't have to do anything but wait his time out. That's all he has to do. Now, over there on Rumble, rumble.com/Tony Katz. Guys, so glad you're here. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button. Subscribe. Do it right now. Marley says that he thinks the Democrats are going to push Gavin Newsom. I have had this argument on television. You're going to tell me that the Democratic Party is going to nominate for president of the United States in 2024 a white man? Are you out of your mind? They're going to nominate a white guy? Get out of here. Don't be ridiculous. By the way, the Fox News desk has just called the South Carolina Senate race for Senator Tim Scott. They have called the Senate race in Kentucky. They've called it for Rand Paul. They have called it for Todd Young. In Indiana now is 57% of the vote. I'm surprised it took that long. Really and truly kind of shocked by that. So everything's going along right now. Election results are coming in. Polls have just closed. So let me take a look at where those polls have closed. This right here is the, let me add it right here. So this is the map that we're looking at. And we see that the polls that have closed are Georgia, New Hampshire, North Carolina closes at 7:30. Ohio closes at 7:30. So these are what we're looking at right now. Right now, Georgia and New Hampshire have closed. That New Hampshire race is something else. That New Hampshire race is actually amazing because what you have is Bolduc against Maggie Hassan. None of these people have easy names to pronounce for me. I don't know why that is. Hassan is the incumbent Democrat. Bolduc, the general, coming out of nowhere and pushing her to the brink. But if you see these last three polls, including this University of New Hampshire poll with over 2,000 likely voters, a margin of error of 2.2, Hassan +2, which gives her this slight lead. Real Clear Politics sees the Republicans being underestimated by 1.1 in this polling, which still should give Hassan the edge and the advantage. I'm looking at this race as an example of earthshake. Earthquake. Oh, that's the term everybody should use. If the Republican, if Baldock wins in this election, if he wins this Senate seat, Democrats are going to have to wonder what the hell just happened to them, even more so than they already are, because that's a race that they did not think that they could lose. And yet they can. I think this is a really, really interesting race and one that's going to require our attention. As I said, that poll has just closed right there. So if I take it to New Hampshire, let me see if I can bring this up for you right here. We don't have any results yet from that race. There is a libertarian in the race by the name of Jeremy Kaufman. So we'll kind of see how New Hampshire plays out. We'll see where that goes. Perfect. So smoking the Opus X. There are a series of Opus X cigars. This is the Perfection 888. Perfection. That's how they spell it. The Perfection 888. But it's Lancero to me, size. Lancero cigars are not popular in the United States. I only wish they were, because Lancero cigars and the importance of them is that flavor comes from the wrapper. The binder and the filler, and they mean quite a bit. That's what's inside. But the wrapper is where the flavor is. So with a Lancero, it's a conversation of ratio. You have more wrapper to binder and filler. The thicker the cigar, less wrapper to binder and filler. So you're getting more flavor. The issue is people see it as dainty. It's a very European kind of look. They see it as dainty and something they don't want to be a part of, but I don't see why not. I don't see why you wouldn't want to be a part of something that is simply better. And this Perfection is a big, bold smoke. And I told you, I posted on to Locals, TonyKatz.locals.com, in case you've never been over there and you want to be a part of it. TonyKatz.locals.com. You should check that out. We're moving everything off Facebook on to Locals because they let you talk. You can have free content and you can have subscriber content, and you're not getting throttled for anything. And Facebook throttles for freaking everything. I shared my cigar picks and my drink picks, my bourbon tricks. I haven't even gotten to a bourbon yet because I'm still drinking the wine, which is a lovely red. It's actually quite delicious. I don't know which it is, but it's absolutely lovely. So I started with a La Galera Lancero, and I moved to the Perfection XXX, or I should say Perfection 888. And someone was like, well, that's too big. Where do you go from there? Well, from there, I go to a Plasencia Alma Fuerte. And they're like, well, when you go to the Fuerte and then the Opus, I'm like, no, not for my palate. I just wouldn't do it. I think that this is a much better maneuver. And then I said I would bring it down with a Davidoff Winston Churchill late hour. And they're like, you can't, that's not down. That's not down at all. I'm like, trust me. Right there. Right. So right now I'm listening to Perino talk about the Indiana 1st District and Jennifer Ruth Green. That's a race to look for. Jennifer Ruth Green in the 1st District, a Republican, Black woman, military history, going up against Frank Mervan in that 1st District. This is just outside of the Chicagoland area in Indiana. It's something called Lake County. Big, important race. We're also taking a look in Indiana at a prosecutor's race in Marion County, which is the capital county, Indianapolis, where a Republican named Cindy Carrasco has a very, very outside chance, a super outside chance to beat the incumbent prosecutor, who's one of these guys who doesn't prosecute. He doesn't. We're seeing this all over the country. People who do not prosecute. It's frustrating as hell. These people who do not, who somehow think, whether it's Bragg in New York, Kim Foxx in Chicago, Gascon in Los Angeles, who was able to survive the recall, Chase Bowden in San Francisco, who did not survive the recall. They don't want to prosecute crimes. If you don't want to prosecute crimes, you shouldn't be a, wait for it, prosecutor. You should not be a prosecutor. It's just that easy. It's just that simple. So the issues you're having where you are, same issues we're having here in Indiana. PBJ Master there on Rumble, rumble.com/Tony Katz. Trump will win the primary, no doubt. He has far too many supporters that will not sway. I do not know if that's true. I think we're too far out to know that. So I understand where you're coming from, and I appreciate it. I just don't know if that is going to be the case a year from now, because I think we are denying that there are serious fans of DeSantis who want the fight but don't want the baggage. That's what I think is going down. And so give it a little bit of time before you totally dig in there. And then I got asked, where is it? Where was it? Ron could replace Pence as vice president. No, you cannot have a president and vice president from the same state. Pretty sure that's the rule. So that's not going to be it. And Ron DeSantis is not going to play second fiddle. He would just stay governor of Florida and wait his time out. And there are other people. Carrie Lake is certainly on that list. Tim Scott, the senator from South Carolina who just won re-election, he's on that list. And then you have the lieutenant governor from North Carolina, whose name eludes me right now. He's on that list. There's a fair amount of people on that vice presidential list. Ron DeSantis is not on it. I just want to be clear. Ron DeSantis is absolutely not on that list. Give me a second. I want to light the cigar, and I want to take a moment and kind of reconnect with where things are, what's been coming in right here. So now is a good time. Now is a good time for everybody. You want to take a quick get a drink break, restroom a break. I know you guys got the TV on. I'm just here to drink and smoke. What is that? Is that wrong? Is that wrong right there? I don't think that should be wrong right there at all. Oh, the cigar is so good. This cigar is lovely. Let me just get some easy listening music going real quick. And I wonder if I can add. See, I don't know if it'll add. Let me play this. We'll be back in a second, guys. That's enough of that. Sorry, didn't mean to hit the camera right there. I very much apologize. And my jacket keeps riding up. It's super, super weird. This first district in Indiana, I would like to get into a little bit because the story here is so incredibly important. And the media in Indiana is so absolutely awful. You you guys know that I host 2 radio shows, right? So I do the morning show on WIBC 93.1 FM, largest station in the state. We've got the number 1 morning show in the state on the vast majority of demographics. I very rarely talk about my ratings, but I'm so unbelievably appreciative of what I get to do and who I get to do it with, the people who are a part of that and listen every day. I absolutely am thrilled. I love it. It's so cool to be able to do what I do. In addition to that, I do a midday show from noon to 3. And so that show plays on weekends in Atlanta, and it plays in St. Louis, it plays in Tulsa, plays in other parts in Indiana. And I've got some really good news coming over the next couple weeks. I'm hoping by December, I'm able to share some very, very cool things with you. The media in Indiana has purposefully avoided a conversation about Jennifer Ruth Green in the 1st District. What they have avoided is the story that her military records were leaked. Politico, through a non-reporter based here in Indiana, printed stories about her military records, including the fact that while she was in Iraq, she makes the claim that she was sexually assaulted by an Iraqi soldier, something she had not talked about. But Politico put this story out. They shared this story. How in the world did the military records get leaked? Congressman Jim Banks of the Indiana 3rd and Congressman Larry Bucshon of the Indiana 8th. They didn't leak the story. They went to the Air Force and said, how the bloody hell did this happen? The Air Force admitted that they improperly leaked the military records of Jennifer Ruth Green. Now, this becomes interesting because Politico claims they got them fairly. As a matter of fact, it was a FOIA request, Freedom of Information Act. It wasn't a FOIA request. These guys lied through their damn teeth. They lied. Now, the question is, who were they leaked to first and how did they get to Politico? Were they leaked to the incumbent Democrat, Frank Mervan, and then leaked to Politico so they could write a friendly story that would kind of disparage the Republican who was doing too well? In any other America, this is talked about if Jennifer Ruth Green is a Democrat. Because if a Black woman, military history, has her records leaked, that's a story. Look at this attack from a white man on a Black woman. This is bigotry. This is disgusting. This is what's happening in America. But because Jennifer Ruth Green is a Republican, no one talks about the story. I have often said, you've heard me say this before, if you're Black and Republican, they don't consider you Black. If you're gay and Republican, they don't consider you gay. If you're Jewish and Republican, they don't consider you Jewish. If you're a woman and Republican, they don't consider you a woman. They don't do it. They don't do it. It's despicable and disgusting because they are so telling you how little they actually care about the subject at hand. They don't care about Black women. They care about Black women who do what they say. They don't care about gay men or gay women. They care about gay people who do what they say. They don't care about Jews. They care about Jews who do what they say. Fall in line politically. This is what they care about. And it's not because I say so. It's because they show it every damn day. It's an undeniable fact. This is what they do every single time in every single way. So this race in the Indiana 1st, well, this is tremendous. This is a tremendous, tremendous opportunity here. You pick up the 1st, man, the reverberations are massive. But of course, we'll be told that it doesn't mean anything. We'll be told that it doesn't matter. we will be told that, well, she was just, what will they say? It'll be appeasing white something or other from Joy Reid, whatever it is she talks about. These military records got leaked, and Indianapolis media, outside of me, a couple people on my station, said nothing. They have not reported the story. They have not talked about the story. They have refused to talk about the story. They instead in Indiana are going after a guy by the name of Diego Morales, who is running for Secretary of State, who's right now in the lead with 54% of the vote, the Libertarian, and 5% of the vote. Destiny Wells, the Democrat, 41% of the vote. But the initial voting is just in, so it's going to take a little bit of time there. They'll all talk about Diego Morales because it's a Republican. It's a Republican, and so therefore you can attack him and you can make claim about this and you can question that. And there's some things to question about the guy. There's a real story in the first. There's a massive story in the first, and these people are saying nothing. The Indianapolis media is despicable. And the reason that it is such an important story is that we think of Indiana as this giant red area. Indiana is red, but not where the capital is, not where I'm at right now. Indianapolis has a tremendous amount of blue. Tremendous amount. Now, what are known as the donut counties, those are mostly red. But Indianapolis is blue. And of course, all the media is blue as well. Disgusting what has happened here. Media in Indianapolis, the mainstream media, so cheap, so absolutely low rent. Gross. Absolutely gross. And I'm also hearing that Congressman Andre Carson has won re-election. Oh, that's a killer. A man who trades on the name of his grandmother, Julia Carson, a man who supports Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar and their bigotry, a man who will not condemn Louis Farrakhan. This is who Indianapolis decided, yeah, let's give him one more term. It's really gross. It is absolutely horrible. Let me go to your questions right here. Ron DeSantis, hey, Puritan, thanks for the update. Ron DeSantis with 60% of the vote and Charlie Crist with 38%, 2% or less reporting. I see. I didn't think the spread was that big as of yet. That's 2%. Wait till we get to 12%. Oh, DeSantis has got kicked the living crap out of him. DeSantis is just going to beat him so bad. It's going to be so embarrassing. Let's take a look at what we've got over there with the New York Times. Let's see if we've got any new information to look at as we take a look at Kentucky. That has been called for Rand Paul. South Carolina has been called for Tim Scott. And that's Vermont right there. Vermont, an interesting race because Pat Leahy retiring. So I think this has already been called for the Democrat. Here is that New Hampshire race. They've got they've got 1% in, and you're seeing Maggie Hassan 66% of the vote. This is going to be a long night. Here it is. New Hampshire. That's Vermont. New Hampshire, people. There it is. These counties right here. So that's going to be a while before we know the results there, before we know what it is that happens. So we'll give that some time. I go back to your questions right here. I voted this morning during the lunar eclipse. The Aztecs would have admired my gumption. Man, the lunar eclipse was freaking beautiful this morning. The moon was red. It was gorgeous. Woke the family. I did. I woke the family. I'm like, you gotta sleep. Sleep is for losers. Go out there and take a look at this thing because it was tremendous. I'm a big believer in that, and I know that it makes me different than my contemporaries because I'm not super angry about the stuff. I mean, don't get me wrong. I get super angry about the politics, but I try not to share the anger because I always figure that no matter where the audience is, right, whether it's here on video, and my thanks to Americans for Prosperity for allowing me to do this. Americans for Prosperity .org. Thrilled with them. Great organization. I don't always agree with every one of their positions, but they're for free speech and they're for economic liberty. And man, I've been doing stuff with them for years, and we've always found those levels of agreements, and that's what's fantastic. I always figure that people watching or listening on radio are angrier than I am, and the last thing they want is me being the angry guy. That's the last thing that they actually want. They don't want me being angrier than they are. They want me sharing the stories so they can understand it better, right? My job is not to tell you what to think. My job is to give you something to think about. Is always the way we've done it, always the way we've built it, and we'll continue to do so. So I try and just, make this as I try and keep it upbeat. That is what I try to do. I try to keep it upbeat to the best of my ability. This Opus X 888. That's right, Andrew. I went with, what are you smoking? Is it the Albatone? Arturo Fuente, staying in the family, the Hemingway masterpiece, if you can find that cigar. It's huge. I think it's like an 8-inch cigar, 8.5 inch. Is that right? I will go pick up a bunch. I may have to leave and go pick up a bunch. That's a solid smoke, especially for the price. And the price right now is just, don't think cigars are out of the mix. Cigar prices are going up everywhere. It's supply chain issue. It's being able to find boxes that the cigars go in. It's being able to find cellophane. It's there is an issue right now because in Nicaragua, for example, they can't find rollers. Why? Because everybody's trying to get into the United States because they figure the border's open. Biden's policies are making it harder to find rollers in Nicaragua, and those are among some of the best jobs that are out there. Oh, it's solid money. It's regular money. It's safe. You don't have to play in any levels of violence. It's safe. It's good. Extremely important stuff. And they're having troubles. And so I am definitely concerned. Let me, as I scroll through some of these comments right here. Lee is having a little bit of Sazerac rye and an EP Carrillo. I'm a rye guy. I love rye. So rye, the difference between rye and bourbon is at least 50% corn, and rye is 50% rye. I mean, that's the real difference. There are more rules, and there are federally mandated rules about bourbon. To make bourbon, one of the few things the government actually did correct is the best way to put it. So we've got some more results coming in right now. We're taking a look at those. We're also taking a look at where some of these final polls ended up. And yes, there are some governor's races that are truly worth noting. And one of those is in Michigan. That race that talks about Gretchen Whitmer and Tudor Dixon. That race right now, in that final poll that Trafalgar did, 1,097 likely voters with a margin of error of 2.9 shows Dixon up 1. Does Dixon have what it takes to take this away from Gretchen Whitmer? Man, do I hope so. Gretchen Whitmer, who referred to women the other day as people with periods. Well, at least she's admitting that, there's a difference between women and men. Maybe just me? Okay, just me. That kind of talk is such a remarkable turnoff to the American voter. That kind of talk because they know they're being lied to. They know that it's nonsense. They know that it's bullcrap. They know there's a difference between men and women, and they don't want to be told that if they notice it, that they're bigots, and they don't want their children to be told they can't compete because some boy has decided they're a girl, which I don't believe that's a decision that can be made, but then gets to impact other people. That's what's so holy gross there. So that race is a fascinating one. And man, oh man, do we hope beyond hope that Gretchen Whitmer loses that race. Give me 1 second right here. Just gotta make just a bit of an adjustment. We hope beyond hope that Gretchen Whitmer loses. Gretchen Whitmer said something else that was just stunning. Gretchen Whitmer actually said that schools were only closed for 3 months. Schools were not closed for just 3 months. They just weren't. That's not true. That's not factual at all. That is a lie. They were closed for far longer than that. They were closed because of her while her husband was trying to get the boat out of the water or whatever the bloody world the man was doing and saying, do you know who I am? Remember those stories? Gretchen Whitmer is somebody who said you have to be locked down and then didn't live by those rules and locked people down. There's no forgiveness here. How many of you, oh my God, where's my wine? Where's my, excuse me, cheers. Oh, I'm happy. How many of you saw the piece from The Atlantic? From The Atlantic that said, what we need is an amnesty on the pandemic. What we need to do is let bygones be bygones. What can we learn from how we handled COVID and then move on? How do we do that? How can we do that? There's no moving on just yet. And there is absolutely no amnesty for the people who lied and for the people who ruined lives. There's no amnesty to be given. The CEOs across America who said you have to get vaccinated or you can't have a job, there's no forgiveness. None, less than none, zero. They have to know every day when they wake up that they were wrong. And not just wrong as wrong can be. They failed. They did incredible damage to people all across America. And I'm not anti-vaccine. I have never been anti-vaccine. I believe that the data is pretty clear that the vaccine, when we're talking about COVID and we were talking about Delta, that the vaccine did lessen the severity of symptoms. I believe you can say that. I believe you can back that up. The doctors that I speak to agree to that. Absolutely true. I just can't ever accept the idea that you were going to mandate someone to do it. It was an obscenity beyond obscenity. And then they started pushing the idea that you should be vaccinated for the variants. But the vaccine was not built for the variants. It's a rational science conversation. If I build a mousetrap to catch mice, I could use it as something to try and catch bald eagles, but it's not designed to catch bald eagles. So if I happen to catch a bald eagle, that's just luck. It's not what it's built for. When Omicron came out, the discussion was this had 50 different markers than COVID. Why would I think a vaccine built for COVID would work for this? As far as I'm concerned, taking the vaccine for Omicron is the same thing as taking a medicine off-label, which is something your doctor may say is okay. Hey, doc, I'm feeling this. I heard that this thing might work. And you know what your doctor might say? It's worth a shot. How many times has your doctor said to you, it's worth a shot? And remember, it's the art of medicine. It's called a practice for a reason. Sometimes you don't know. Sometimes they build a drug for a specific thing, and what they find is it works better in this other way for something completely different. It's like Ozempic. Do you know that Ozempic is very hard to find right now? It's for people with diabetes, right? It's a way to manage blood sugars, whatever it is. They also found that it does very, very well with weight loss. And so people are taking Ozempic like it's freaking going out of style. It's hard to find Ozempic. I mean, that's just the reality. That's not what it was created for, but that's what people are using it for. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it's completely and totally fine to do that. But it's off-label in that regard. It just is. Can't be said any other way. Same thing is true about a vaccine for these variants. It wasn't built for the variants. Was not built for the variants. Now, some polls have closed and some other polls are closing in 30 minutes. Right now, Warnock with the lead over Herschel Walker, but it's 11% of the vote in. We got ourselves a night in Georgia. There's a lot to look at here. The idea that the polls would be that wrong, you got a lot to figure out there. You got a long way to go in that race. And right now it's showing Stacey Abrams ahead of Brian Kemp. People voted early. Those votes are coming out first. Makes perfect sense. You've got not enough votes in. You have a lot of counting ahead of you. Let me see if I can pull up the New York Times map right here. Let me see if I can get to anything new. New Hampshire has not changed. Still has Maggie Hassan ahead of Don Bolduc right there. And this is that Georgia conversation that's happening right now, where you see, of course, the blue. There's Atlanta right there, Fulton County, DeKalb County as well, where there's Cobb right there, DeKalb over there. So this Atlanta area, of course, you're going to see going for Raphael Warnock. There aren't enough counties in yet, and you should not in any way lose your mind about what it is you're seeing right there. The same thing is true of what's going on in New Hampshire. You should not lose your mind about it. There's just no need. No need at all. We've already talked about Kentucky and South Carolina. Let us take as I'll leave the map up right now in case anything changes. We'll take a quick break because sometimes you need a break, people. Keep it right here. That's enough music for right now. I'm going to leave the map up there just for a second. I want to make sure, if you don't follow me on Twitter at Tony Katz, TonyKatz, just want to make sure I'm keeping up with everything. Right now, somebody's asked me, did I hear Congressman Carson speaking about January 6th? No. Thankfully, I did not hear the Louis Farrakhan supporting Congressman Andre Carson of the Indiana 7th District talking about January 6th like that in any way matters at all. It's just surreal, absolutely positively surreal right there. I'm taking a look at what's going on in some local school board elections, which right now is leaning in some of them for the Democrats, but it's only 1% in. So we'll see how that plays out and how that goes. School board elections, of course, so incredibly important, so much a part of this election cycle. One has to see how this plays out. Did people actually seriously say, we're going to make changes here? Were they willing to fight for it? Were they willing to get after it? That's the question. That is the question. Were they serious, or were they saying, yeah, we talk about it, but let those people handle it. It's beneath me. It sure is bloody hell. Is not beneath you, and should not be, and absolutely positively should not be. Heading over to where we are on Rumble. Guys, glad that you're here. Rumble.com/Tony Katz. Be sure to subscribe. The key is to subscribe. Mark, hey man, what's going on? What did it say? Marcus Beers? Marcus Beers, cool name. How detrimental is straight ticket voting? That's a good question. I don't know if I've ever considered it to be detrimental. How would I view is the idea that it's detrimental? If you're a Republican, you vote for Republicans. You're a Democrat, you vote for Democrats, right? So everything, boom, done, finished. Is it detrimental, or is it cheap? Is it weak? Does it show a failure in the voter? Does it show a failure of the actual voter to be so uninterested in the actual people running and the subjects at hand that they don't care? They have no interest in actually discussing differences, understanding differences. The idea that maybe, just maybe, in this race, one candidate is better than another, even if it has a different letter after the name. So it's detrimental. Was not how I never actually thought of it that way. It's really a good question. It is weak. I argue that it is weak. Now, if you're asking me what's going on with my cigar, that is simple. Because I've picked it up and put it down so many times, because I'm talking so much and leaving it down so often, it's just going out. And sometimes when that happens, the cigar plugs up, right? So it gets a little too hot. It's burned out some of the inner core. Don't panic. Don't panic. Just get rid of it and relight. And that's the way it's going to be. Remember, I'm talking a lot. We're an hour and a half in, and time is just flying by. I wonder if I'm going to have a voice for radio tomorrow. There it is. Right there. So more and more results are coming in. We'll get to those in just a second. But I'm going to be certainly disappointed to, at least, in my school district, in the school districts near where I am, if people talked a big game and didn't show up. To talk a big game and not show up that's the sin. you actually have to do. You have to be the person who pulls the lever. This often gets discussed in the idea of libertarians. If you vote for a libertarian, it's just a vote for the Democrats. I'm assuming Democrats say it the other way. If you vote for the libertarian, it's a vote for the Republicans. I don't believe that at all. I believe that you vote the way you feel you need to, based on the evidence. That's what you do. And you shouldn't be told that you can't vote a certain way because it means X. I heard people discussing this all over the place. I think that's a wrong approach. But it's equally wrong to say this matters and then at the moment be like, yeah, I'm not showing up. No. That's ugly. That is ugly. This is Mike. Mike, what's going on, Mike? I voted today in some positions that only one candidate to vote for. Yes. Now, there are some elections where you're like, I don't know who these people are. I don't know what they really stand for. I'm not voting. I think that is very acceptable. That is different than not showing up to do the thing. That's being very honest with yourself and saying, I'm not going to vote just because of some letter after a name. I'm not going to do that. That is a different conversation. And we've all done it. And I should be totally clear that I've done that. I 100% have done that. Even today, looked at some of the things where there was only one person. I'm like, I'm not familiar with that. And I am pretty much paying attention to a lot of things. I'm not familiar with that. I'm avoiding that. I'm staying out. I'm staying out. That is rational stuff. That happens. And so it should. Mark is responding to me. I think straight ticket is how people like Carson keep their job. The whole blue, no matter what, and red to the end, right? Yeah, Andre Carson, 7th District of Indiana. I think that's a very solid point in that. A very, very solid point in that. I agree. PBJ Master wants to know, will we see a Trump Gabbard ticket? Man, I hope not, because Tulsi Gabbard's not a conservative. What the hell are we all doing? I have nothing against Representative Tulsi Gabbard. I've interviewed Tulsi Gabbard when she was running for president. I was there in New Hampshire and did the interview. I thought she was absolutely lovely. I want to like her so much, and I've always wanted to like her. And on a personal level, sure. But she's not a conservative at all. Her policies will curl your toes. But she's right about free speech. She's right about the idea that you can't limit people, you can't silence people, and that today's Democratic Party, these progressives, don't believe you should have a say, don't believe you should be allowed to talk. So she's right to say, I can't be a part of this. I have to walk away from this. 100%. But she is not a conservative. She's not getting my vote. Not today, not tomorrow. She's a terrible choice for a ticket. This is the kind of stuff that plays in space, doesn't play in reality. What do I say about DeSantis and John Kennedy of Louisiana? Guys, sit. People walking into where we are. Sit. I'm just talking. Talk amongst yourselves. You don't have to be quiet for my sake. Grab a drink. Be ridiculous. Bring in the dancing girls or guys. I don't know, whatever moves you. And that's it. I happen to love John Kennedy of Louisiana. That man makes me laugh out loud. Love John Kennedy of Louisiana. And he's wonderfully, gloriously no nonsense. He really is a no nonsense cat. Let me turn up the volume for these guys right here. Let's see if. There you go. There you go, right there. I don't think that's going to affect us at all. But I don't think he's anybody's short list at all. I don't think he's on anybody's short list running for president or vice president in the slightest. So I can't put him into anything right there. Let's go back to the New York Times, guys, and let's see what's happening with the map right here. Let's take it down to Georgia. We've got 17% of the vote in. Right now, you've got Raphael Warnock with 56%, and you have Herschel Walker with 42%. There's not enough in yet. Look at all that space where they haven't counted. So much of that is space for Herschel Walker to take. He isn't going to take this population center here. Fulton County and Henry County and Gwinnett County, and DeKalb. That's not Herschel Walker territory. That is progressive left territory. So no, that isn't going to be his place. Down in Florida, you've got Marco Rubio with 55%, Val Demings with 44%. Do they have the governor's race there? Are they showing the governor's race on this map? I wonder if I can flip. No, they're only showing Senate and House. I'll have to double check where that governor's race is right now. Also in the Georgia race, Abrams is up 53% to Brian Kemp's 44%. That's going to change. All of that is going to change. Everyone needs to keep their powder and their pants dry. Just take it slow and easy. The night is so far going exactly as we thought it would. Exactly. North Carolina race right now has Ted Budd down by quite a bit. The Republican, again, give it time. A lot of that early voting that's already been tabulated. The political left engages more early voting than the political right. Political right votes day of. So it takes not in the first 10%, first 20%. You got to be getting into the 60, 70, 80%, which is why you see Rubio so far ahead in the Senate race right now. And you see DeSantis, who is ahead of Christ. I think we were like near 70-30 land. I think that's where we were in that. We were very much in that place of 70-30. I'm seeing if Real Clear Politics has pulled out anything else in their maps. There's the governors right there. DeSantis with 56.9. Sorry, this is what they have right now. Hold on, let me refresh that. I don't think that's right there. DeSantis 56.9, Christ 42.5. 65% of the votes are in on that race right now. So that is where we are at with a series of these races right here. Let me they're covering and the for example, the Georgia race, 18% in, it's Abram 53, Kemp 46. You're starting to see that shrink. I wonder what the plan is now for Stacey Abrams. And I wonder only for a second, because I'm here to tell everybody in the room, Stacey Abrams is on the short list for presidential candidate for the Democrats. Don't you laugh. Laughter. Are we putting down money or putting down cash? She has lost the governor's race twice. She's absolutely on the short list because the political left doesn't learn. They aren't going to learn. This is why Gavin Newsom is not going to be the candidate. They can't bring themselves to nominate a white man. Now, Pete Buttigieg is different because they'll take a look at sexuality and they'll say he checks a box. They're going to push Stacey Abrams. They have to. Stacey Abrams, Elizabeth Warren, you're making the argument. I can see you because I see some of the people in the room here. You're making the argument that they can't do it. She's lost twice. Why don't they? Beto O'Rourke lost the Senate race, lost the presidential race, and has now lost the governor's race. They knew that Beto O'Rourke was a fool of a candidate from the very second he skateboarded out onto the stage. They didn't care. It didn't matter. The purpose was to tell you how great he was. Every single day, they were telling you how great he was. Every single day, telling you how terrific he was. He was never terrific. He was never great. The people knew it, but the media lied. Stacey Abrams is a media creation. So why would they throw away their creation? Put a top hat on her, let her sing Putting on the Ritz, and then she runs for president. That was a producer's reference, Mel Brooks. Wait, was that producer? No, Young Frankenstein. Sorry, Young Frankenstein reference. My mistake. I just got my musicals confused. So why would I believe that isn't going to be the case? Of course it's going to be the case. 150% the case. That's how it's going to go down. That's how it's going to happen. I do a quick refresh of some of these governors' races right here. 22% of the Georgia race is in. They haven't even started the Pennsylvania race. Michigan, when did Michigan close? Hold on a second. When did Michigan close their polls? Why don't I have it? Are they at 8 or at Eastern, or are they at 9? Because at 8 o'clock Eastern, just 7 minutes from now, you've got more than a dozen states where the polls close. 6 minutes and 56 seconds from now is when that happens. So that Michigan race is a race that I love and adore, and I certainly hope that Tudor Dixon is able to pull that one out, because that's the earthquake kind of stuff right there. That's what it's going to be. So nothing yet. I have nothing yet out of that county. So we're not done there by any stretch of the imagination. I was just pulling up a little bit of those Michigan results right there, and you got an empty screen, people. You got an empty screen. That's all that you have. What do you do with a red wave? Because that's what they're calling it, right? It's the red wave. I have an issue with the name because you didn't pick up 100 seats in the House. You're picking up 30, 35. I mean, it's great. It's great. A win is a win is a win is a win is a win. In on the Senate side, what are we talking about picking up? 3 seats, maybe 4, most probably 2. Red wave is weird talk, because what red wave allows the left to do is moderate your victory. They started doing a thing that if Republicans get less than 40 seats in the House, oh my gosh, it's a big win for Joe Biden. Well, of course they are. They're not going to honestly discuss the thing. They're not going to honestly discuss their losses. They're going to look for spin everywhere they possibly can. You can't even get angry with them. That's politics, baby. That's politics. I would never have called it a red wave, because I would never have given them the opportunity to try and denigrate the wins of the right and try and improve the losses of the left. What matters most is not how they politically spin. What matters most is that they will not learn. They won't learn. It is imperative to note this, that the progressives will not change. When you talk about the idea of Stacey Abrams running for president, which is going to happen, I don't know why you're doubting me. I mean, stop it. You say to yourself, but she's failed twice. She has failed twice. How in the world would they possibly run her? Because learning is not what they do. If you are based in ideology and not in intellect, not in rationality, there's nothing to learn. There is only the ideology to adhere to. When the ideology becomes religion, which is so much of what we have seen, people's politics becoming their religion, you've seen it everywhere. You've seen it in your friends. You may have seen it yourself from time to time, and you're totally freaked out. When that happens, how do you expect anybody to do anything different at all? You can't. You cannot expect people to do anything different. By the way, no, Michigan does not even close at 8 p.m. Maryland and Massachusetts, New Jersey, a host of states closing at 8 p.m. Michigan is not one of them. We're going to have to wait longer for that. I think Wisconsin closes at 9 o'clock and some others. The left doesn't learn. They just push the ideology. And people like the Squad and others will tell you that the reason they lost is that they weren't left enough. They did not go left enough. By the way, they're showing opinions on the screen there from Fox. The unfavorables on Trump, 55, which is okay because the unfavorables on Kamala Harris is 53. And unfavorables doesn't necessarily mean people won't vote for, unless, of course, it's Kamala Harris, because people will not vote for Kamala Harris. Man, she's a loser. A loser. They will run Stacey Abrams before Kamala Harris. That's going to happen because they don't learn at all. Learning is not part of their plan. Guys, we take a quick break right here. There is the map. Don't forget to subscribe. Tony Katz there on Rumble, rumble.com/Tony Katz. And, of course, check me out on Locals, tonykatz.locals.com. I'll be back in just a few. All right. Here's what we know. They just called for DeSantis. Hold on a second. They just called it for Ron DeSantis. They just called it for Marco Rubio right there. So, see, breathe deep, everybody. That's all that it takes right there. Let me get rid of that, guys. Welcome to the show. Look at all the people who are just filtering in. See, it's late night. See, now they start paying attention. They're not there for the hard work we did early. They come late. Some Johnny come latelys right there. Do I need to turn that up for you guys? You guys need more volume? There you go. Right there, done and done and done. So I've got people here. They're watching election results, keeping an eye on everything. There is, for Republicans, the problem they're going to have of deciding that this just proves how good they're doing, how strong they are, how great their message is. That is the wrong message. the absolutely wrong message to get from this. It's a terrible message, and Republicans are the party of stupid, and I am not surprised that they would do this. People voted for normalcy, and the progressives not only wouldn't give them normalcy, they wouldn't even pretend that there was a problem. They wouldn't even recognize how much of a problem they had created and that they wouldn't pay attention to. That's the reality. So Republicans have a very interesting opportunity ahead of them. And that opportunity ahead of them is to say out loud, we need to triple down on connecting with the people in our districts and connecting with voters. Not worrying about media. We still have to continue that fight all the time in every way, everywhere. You have to continue that fight, and you should continue that fight. The media is never going to give up. The media is never going to stop. Are you listening to what they're saying about Twitter? Have you been listening to I wonder if I can get this for you. This was Ben Collins. Ben Collins is on the dystopia beat. On the dystopia beat for NBC, right? And he is letting you know that, the people over there at Twitter, some of them, not Elon Musk, they're hardworking people who really, really care about this country. And well, right now, they're the ones who are keeping us safe and keeping us from violence. Listen to this.
One quick last thing. For folks that are looking at Twitter right now on election day, what can they trust?
Yeah, just don't.
Just don't.
Just go to the AP. Like, you don't trust us. Like, fine, whatever. Go to the AP. Look at actual election results.
Right.
And they will
go to trusted news.
Go to trusted news organizations. Yeah.
Ben Collins, giving them the truth. We appreciate that. Thank you.
I don't know why. I didn't get audio on that. Did you guys get the audio on that? This whole conversation about how Twitter, you can't rely on them right now because of Elon Musk. Were you relying on Twitter? Really? You were relying on Twitter to give you the most accurate news coverage in the history of ever? Who would do this? Why would you do? What rational purpose would you ever do this? No one does this. But you'll notice that wasn't the conversation a month ago. A month ago, Twitter was the only thing that was safe. Twitter was here to help, and it was good that they were getting people off Twitter, and good that they were blocking people, and good that they were fighting the misinformation. Doctors talking about COVID. You cannot have somebody who is a coder claiming that that's misinformation. If a doctor wants to disagree about vaccines, you can't say that they're guilty of misinformation. That's an obscene thing to do. That's a ridiculous thing to do. These are people who code for a living. They didn't go to medical school. Just because they can go on Google doesn't mean they actually understand what happens with the human body. What a ridiculous nonsense thing to say. I mean, gross. So no, trusting Twitter was not the thing, has never been the thing. I wouldn't trust Twitter. I utilize Twitter, at Tony Katz, by the way, follow me. But trust their election advice, trust their medical advice? No. Absolutely not. By the way, DeSantis is up to 57% of the vote. As I said, declared the winner ahead by almost 1 million votes in Florida, which means 2.6 million people voted for Charlie Crist. In Florida, where if it wasn't for Ron DeSantis, they would be incredibly damaged. But they vote for the D after the name, and they don't learn. They don't learn. They don't want to learn. They don't care about it. It matters more to them because the politics become religion. Twitter is in fine hands. Twitter is in fine hands. And Elon Musk is not the problem. Elon Musk is also not a savior. And people have to stop. They have to stop with this idea that Elon Musk, man, he is the only person who can save us from ourselves. Only Elon Musk can do it. Only Elon Musk. And he's an opportunist. I ain't angry with him. I'm not angry with him for being an opportunist. I just noticed that he is. And he's utilized his opportunities very, very, very well. That's what he's done. But Savior, no. I like what he's doing with Twitter, though, quite a bit. And I'm willing to pay the $8 a month. I'll do it. I'll do it just to be supportive. I'm willing to pay the $8 a month. Now, I just realized I made a mistake. Hey, David Welch, can I borrow you for a second? It seems that I've lost my plug right here. It's on the ground to my laptop right there. It's coming out of the wall. It's a black cord. It's right there at my feet, or right there at the feet of there. And I just need it because if I lose power, it's going to stink. That's it. See, that's what happens, baby. That's what happens right there. Wait a second. There it is. Saved. You're a heck of a guy. You're a heck of a man. Saved the whole production. Saved the whole production. So no, I don't sit there and idolize. I don't sit there and idolize Elon. But I got no problem with him charging $8. I'll pay $8. I've wasted $8 on plenty of things. I've wasted more than $8 on plenty of things. I don't know why I wouldn't spend it on him. But even with Elon Musk, I'm not relying on them to give me my information. The responsibility is mine and mine alone. My job is to go out there and get the information. That's my job. I have got to do this. You have to do this. And this idea, the idea that we're supposed to say Twitter is somehow this arbiter, it's diseased. It really and truly is diseased here. Let me see what I've got going on right here with some of these races. As I said, Michigan has not, the polls have not closed there yet. So I want to see if I've got any other good results going on right now. We take a look at the Real Clear Politics maps here. This is their election map. Republican pickups everywhere. Now, this is, of course, where the breakdown is right now because of who's running for the election in these Senate races and here, and then the House races here. So Republicans have already picked up 4 seats in the House. They're going to win the House. The question is going to be by how much. So the question is going to be by how much. It was Ed Morrissey over there at hotair.com. He has a great book called Going Red, which he breaks down the counties that make the real difference in some of these swing states like Florida and other places. Now, the book's a few years old, and there's a question as to whether or not Florida is going to be a swing state in the future, considering that Miami-Dade County went for DeSantis. But his number was 245, that the Republicans will have 245 members of Congress when it's all said and done. It was Larry Sabato of the Crystal Ball, University of Virginia, Larry Sabato, said 243. So that's a solid range. I think it's a little higher. Maybe I'm just willing to throw a little more at it. I think there's a little more excitement there. There's a little more push going on this side for the political right. But if that would be the case, those are fine pickups, because the reality is that a win is a win is a win is a win is a win. That's the reality. A win is a win is a win is a win. That's what matters. So it doesn't matter even if the Senate, you get Republicans +1. Doesn't matter. It's fine. Now, it's not as fine as +2. It's not as fine as +3. It's not as fine as +4. I don't disagree. But right now it is the win. I heard something earlier from Frank Luntz, the pollster, that was so completely wrong that it could only make one wonder if he was sober when he said it. And that's a joke, of course. I assume he was sober when he said it. I would never think anything else. And he said that, I want to make sure I say it right. Oh, I want to say it right. I had the quote. I'm gonna have to go back and find it. I may actually move subjects because I don't want to get it wrong. He said that what Joe Biden's going to have to do is do what Bill Clinton did, and he's going to have to moderate his position. And that's when you realized that these people don't know what the hell they're talking about, and they don't understand who it is that we're actually up against. They don't understand who's running and what it is they're running for. Joe Biden isn't going to moderate anything. First, Joe Biden's never been a moderate. That is one of the great lies. The man has never, ever, ever, ever been a moderate. He's always been a pompous, smug jerk. I didn't even think this was a debate. Go back to how he treated Clarence Thomas. Go back to his career in the 80s. A pompous, smug jerk who loves his own voice. That's who he is. That is who he is. And he, in whatever state that he's in, is very much controlled by this progressive wing of the party. This is where he has found he wants to be. You think he's going to moderate? You're deluded if you think he's going to moderate. You are out of your head. That's not going to happen. He's going to continue down this road. They put out a tweet today. Hold on. I got to find it. I got to find it for you. Because it was a perfect example of what we're talking about. He was talking about student loan payoffs. And here it is. You don't get to accept hundreds of thousands of dollars in pandemic loans and then attack my administration for helping working folks get some relief. Paycheck Protection Program during COVID, PPP. The rule was if you use 60%, I think that's the number, of the funds for payroll and other things, the loan is forgiven. Those were the rules in the creation of the program. So people followed the rules and then the loan was forgiven. That's how it worked. Now you have people saying, well, look at this person. They took PPP loans, and look at this congressman because of their business. They took PPP loans. So what? The president is trying to engage a spending program. Spending programs come out of Congress. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. So my response to him was, okay, Boomer, which I thought was maybe a little snarky, but I sleep fine. I can live with that. You think that's a guy who is in any way, shape, or form going to moderate, any way, shape, or form going to change? Not a chance. No chance. He isn't going to say, well, the Republicans are in charge. I'm going to have to come to the middle to get things done and guarantee my reelection. It's not happening. It's not happening. And you'd be a damn fool to think otherwise. An absolute fool. I think we're at the stage where it's time for me to get a little coffee. I think that has to. I think that has to happen. Keep the map up right there, and I shall return momentarily. So I'm now to the stage where I'm like, you know what? I did not calculate how this was going to affect my voice at all. It's worth it. It's totally worth it, guys. Let me just give myself a little more slack right there. Let me make sure I'm getting to your questions and your comments as you guys are everywhere. And thank you so much on rumble.com/Tony Katz for being a part of this and a part of what we're doing. Make sure you subscribe. I'm happy to see so many people in there. I hope you're enjoying. I want to answer your questions at this stage of the game. That's what I want to do. What are your questions? What is it that you're thinking about this election? Let me get those answers to you as we're waiting for a couple other places to polling areas or states to close the polls, taking a look at what's going on. Oklahoma is closed. Of course, there are 2 senators up in Oklahoma. Both will be Republican holds that go on there. I go back to the map right here, just taking a look at what's going on in Georgia right here. Let me see what I can. Why does it say remove? Boom. We'll do that right there. There it is. So that's Georgia. That is the Georgia map. And as you can see, we see what's going on in the states around it. You're starting to see right now you've got Warnock ahead of Herschel Walker, 54 to 44%, 35% in. Those blue areas, those are the totality of the blue areas. Look at all the places on the map that have not come in. Now, you say to me, Tony, these are much smaller population centers. That's absolutely positively true. These are much smaller population areas, but you got to add them all up. And that's where it gets close. That's why when we've been looking at Real Clear Politics and taking a look at that Senate polling, what we've seen from this is that it was indeed a tight race, and why some people said this was going to go to the runoff, that nobody was actually going to get over 50%. This right here was what they were saying over at Real Clear Politics. And they saw the last pollings, 4 or 5 polls going for Herschel Walker, and they still said it was going to be a runoff. Georgia is a state that requires 50% plus 1. You have to have 50% of the vote plus 1 in order to be declared the winner. It's not the person with the most votes. It's the person who crosses 50% plus 1. That's what matters in Georgia. So if no one does that, they have the runoff. I still have faith. That Walker can actually pull this out, and it won't go to a runoff because the state is more than Atlanta or that Atlanta metro area. Massive population, but it is still more than just that state and what that state has to offer. So that's the map again from what the New York Times has to offer. Let me bring this out right here. Here is Ohio. Someone's asking about Ohio. Right now it has Tim Ryan ahead of the Republican J.D. Vance, 54 to 46. It's only 17% of the vote that is in. And again, here's a state. You've got Cincinnati area, you have Columbus area, where of course you have Ohio State University, some areas that are closer to Michigan, still counties that haven't been counted, still solid population that needs to be counted. We are a long way away on this. I think that Tim Ryan, the congressman, Tim Ryan loves to fancy himself a guy who is moderate, a guy in the middle. But Tim Ryan votes with Joe Biden 100% of the time. So that's not moderate. Tim Ryan's also a guy who likes to yell at you. He likes to scold you. He likes to come at you. He likes to shame you. He likes to attack you. He loves it. He does it all of the time. And it hasn't played well. It has not played well. What's played better is JD Vance. And it's funny because the whole fight about JD Vance was always very, very strange to me. It seemed so much more media manufactured than anything else. He hated Trump and now he loves Trump. Yeah, that happens. That happens. You know who did that? Everybody who signed that letter with National Review saying, oh, you can't vote for Trump. And now a lot of those people are Trump 24/7, 365. That's politics. That is politics from beginning to end. I don't even know why anybody would be surprised or shocked by these things. But it was very much, to me, a media manufacture more than was anything else about JD Vance. How is he going to be as a senator? I don't know. I don't know. I'll be a wait and see kind of guy on that one. Here's the question from Andy. Will Stacey Abrams deny the election this time around? Well, she's already making the argument that the reason black men haven't voted for her is because they have been targets of misinformation. Well, what's that misinformation? No answer. No answer from Stacey Abrams on that. But yes, it's been total misinformation from beginning to end. If you can't tell me what the misinformation is, I'm not going to believe you. And if all you want to tell me, if all you want to show me is misinformation or scream misinformation and then never show me some details, I'm not there. I'm not going to listen to that. And it's really insulting to black men to say, oh, you don't understand that you're being targeted. You don't understand that you're being attacked. You don't understand that you're being fed misinformation. Here, let me show you. Man, it's a really important lesson for Republicans to learn. You can't treat people like that. You cannot treat people like that and expect them to just be okay with it. They're 100% not going to be okay with it. They're going to be absolutely disgusted by it. They're going to be turned off by it, especially when you tell them that what they think, how they feel, doesn't matter, doesn't count, does not exist, not real. Your feelings are meaningless because you don't even know the right questions. You don't know the right issues. You don't know the right subjects. You need us to tell you what it is you're supposed to think. That's a bullcrap way to treat people. Absolutely garbage. Will Stacey Abrams deny the election? Maybe she'll scream more about how it was stolen from her, how she was targeted for misinformation. I don't know. She'll pull a Hillary and blame the Russians. Since these people have no introspection, since they never look inward to see how they can get better and really listen to people, since it's all ideology all the time, especially when you talk about people like Stacey Abrams, the answer is white supremacy. The answer is bigotry. The answer is sexism. Everybody in Georgia is a white supremacist, a bigot, and a sexist, except for the people who voted for Herschel Walker or Raphael Warnock. Well, they're certainly not bigots or white supremacists, or maybe they are, and I don't know. I don't know how they see it. Unbelievable. Now, we've got some polls that are closing just 45 seconds from now, and then we're going to start getting into some stuff as we get to 8:30. We've got polls closing, but we have Arizona, Colorado closing at 9, Wisconsin closing at 9, and then Nevada closing at 10. Nevada seems to be well in hand right there. Let me bring this back out and take a look back at the map right here. Let's see what other states we can get ourselves an eye on. Here is Pennsylvania. Hello. Yes, Fetterman ahead right now. Breathe deep. You've got a long night. Was that 5% of the votes in? 5% of the votes in. You have got a long way to go on this race. This is a race where it's stunning to think that people would have voted for Fetterman. Stunning, shocking, in many ways, sickening. This was the polling right here. Oz taking 4 of the last 5 polls. And we should be clear. You take a look at this Marist poll that shows Fetterman +6. That's a strange outlier. Now, speaking of outliers, Politico has taken a look at the whole election, and you take a look at everybody saying Republicans plus, and then the different levels of +6, +2, +5, +3. They've got Democrats winning this +5. So either, as people have pointed out, either they're geniuses or they're criminally insane. It's one or the other, and it's Politico. So I'm going to go with criminally insane. I think that's clearly the right take to have. That's clearly what's happening here. This is Kurt. Kurt, what is going on? How can we have a nationwide streamlined voting system? I'm not sure I know what you mean. If the elections are left up to the states, I don't know if I want something nationwide, because it would seem to me that nationwide voting systems could also lead to political parties in charge deciding certain things about those voting systems, and that creating tremendous problems for the rest of us. I get that there are people out there desperate to make the claim that states shouldn't be in charge here because the states can't be trusted. But the states are closest to the people, so I want the states to be in charge. And I don't want a nationwide voting system. In the same way, I've heard people discuss this idea that we need to get rid of the Electoral College and go to the popular vote. And I've heard Republicans, I know conservatives, who push this idea. They have not convinced me. The Electoral College is meant to protect places like where I live, Indiana, meant to protect Rhode Island, meant to protect smaller states from larger states. People who live in larger states, like Representative Katz in New York, mock the states that, for example, grow her food. They mock. She attacks. She belittles. Why should you have 2 senators? Why should you have as much of a say? Because that's the beauty. That's the joy. That's the safety. Do you think the people of Indiana or the people of Arkansas or the people of Nebraska want to be the slaves of New York? Because that's what she's proposing. I say it without any reservation, without any hesitation. What she's proposing is the very concept that small states should be at the whim of larger states. Oh, because we don't really have one person, one vote. We only get 2 senators. And a state like Indiana gets 2 senators. Yeah. Because Indiana should be protected from the radicals that are New York or the radicals that are other larger states. You think I want to be the slaves of California? You're back crap out of your mind. I don't want any damn part of that. And neither should rational people. But these people aren't rational. What they want is power. What they want is domination. And what they want is the states to have less and less of a say. Give the states less of a say. Don't allow them. Have just total faith in this, not just a strong central government, but the dominant central government. These people don't believe in a republic. That's why they keep talking about the threat to democracy. They don't talk about the nation as a republic because they don't actually believe in a republic. They don't believe in it. Hold on a second. They don't. That's a really important thing to note. They are fundamentally different than possibly you and I. And I'm not sure where you are in the argument. You might agree with me or disagree with me. Let me know. Let me know in the comments on Rumble, rumble.com/Tony Katz. Or if you're watching on any of the other platforms right there. And I'm glad that you're here. And I'm glad that you are here. Hold on a second. Let me get rid of. There it is. Boom. I will get rid of that. Just wanted to say a thank you to my sponsor, Americans for Prosperity, AmericansForProsperity.org, AmericansForProsperity.org, out there knocking on a lot of doors this election season for a lot of candidates. And where I'm at is Blend Bar Cigar in Indianapolis, Indiana, blendbarcigar.com. Watching the results. I've got local results, Indiana results going on because I'm in Indiana. I've got national results happening from ABC and from Fox News. So I'm getting a little bit of everything as we talk about this. And I did have to turn up my mic because I am how long into this? 2.5 hours. Yeah. Even I'm feeling my voice go a little bit, just a little touch right there. Let me do this. Let me see. I was looking at that map there, just to give you an idea of how Florida went, in case you haven't seen that right there. There it is. There it is. Look at the map. I just need to get my coffee. You've got Rubio winning that state with 57% of the vote, declared the winner. I am a little bit amazed that he was so able to dispatch of Val Demings. I thought she would be a much, much stronger candidate. I have long argued that she should have been the pick for Joe Biden instead of Kamala Harris. She would have been much better for him, far less embarrassing than what Kamala Harris is. I am a little surprised by this just ass kicking that took place in the state of Florida. I got to admit, I thought Val Demings would do better in that race. Let me, I've got the governor's stuff right here. Of course, it went for DeSantis in Florida. That was without question going to happen. No, that's Senate. I do not want Senate. I want governor. There it is. Ron DeSantis right now, 53 point. No, that's not even updated. Oh, they're killing me. Just when I think I have it all together. Yeah, DeSantis just crushed Christ, was ahead by 1 million votes, and I am surprised that it was even that close. Really and truly shocked that it was. But again, it just goes to show that people do vote party. They vote a party and they don't vote with the minds. Now, what am I smoking tonight? I was smoking, and I lost it. It fell into the ashtray. The Opus X, the 888 Perfection. I am scheduled to move on to the Plasencia Almafuerte. I think I will save that for 9 o'clock. I'll give myself a little bit of break on that because that's when we're going to start knowing things. The Ohio Senate race has Ryan ahead right now, 56% to Vance's 43%, but only 27% of the vote is in. That's going to change if we were looking at there. So that's the Florida map that I was showing you. Let's pull out of that. Let's pull into the Ohio map. You have those 4 counties that you can see in white. That is all going to go to the red. Those areas, Cleveland and Akron, Columbus, Cincinnati, those were the places that Tim Ryan could depend on. I don't know how dependable that's going to be with only a 170,000 vote difference right now, and 28% in. I don't think that's where Ryan wants to be. Oh, that's better. Oh, that's so much better. Thank you, Coffee. You're my friend. I would think he would want a much higher lead right now, and that he doesn't have it does not bode well for him. Will Ron DeSantis finish his term? I don't know how he can when he's going to be the next president. See what I did there? I started a fight right there. I expect him to run. I don't have any questions as to whether or not Ron DeSantis is going to run for president of the United States. I would be surprised. Does anybody think he's not? Hold on. Maybe I got to turn this around. Who here thinks that Ron DeSantis says to himself, well, I can't go up against Donald Trump. I'm not going to run. Raise your hands. Wait, I don't have a camera on you. Leave a comment. Let me know. Do you think that's going to happen? By the way, the incumbent in Ohio, Mike DeWine, the governor, won that race handily, 54% to 43%. He has been declared the winner in Ohio. Who thinks he's not going to run? Of course he's going to run. Of course he's going to run. I love how I sip this like my grandmother. It's just that if it was my grandmother, rest her soul. This would have been hot water with lemon. I never understood it until like a year ago. I actually did that because I was sick and I just didn't want coffee. You know, sometimes when you're in the nose, nothing tastes right. And I did that. I'm like, my gosh, I'm Ethel. My grandmother's name was Ethel. I'm Ethel right there. That was it. So this Ohio race was much more of a media manufacture story than it was ever a question. I think that Tim Ryan, Democrat congressman, was just never he was I don't think he was ever a fan favorite. I think he was just a guy who was loud. I think he was a guy who was played in the obnoxious. He just never, I think, captured anybody in Ohio. Never ever saw that to be the case that he was going to capture. And JD Vance, as I said, this was much more of a media manufacture than it was a question of whether or not he could do the job or people could have faith in him. So I'm happy to see this, and I'm happy to see how this is coming together here, kind of as we saw. It's from now going forward that I'm looking at results, guys. So forgive me if I'm not looking directly at you. And now that we're going to see really where all this happens. Do we have did the numbers from the polling from Real Clear Politics and others, did it hold true? That's going to be the question. And the answer is, so far, everything is holding. There has not been a single bit of oh my gosh. There hasn't been anything that's been, wow, they really underreported that or changed that. Not at all. And hey, thanks to the 200 people on Rumble being a part of this as we grow this and grow the channel. Don't forget to subscribe, rumble.com/Tony Katz. And people have been coming in and out. Well over 1,000 people and building. It's pretty cool. I appreciate it right here. So we talked about what's going on in Florida. We were talking about what's going on in Georgia. That race has now gotten much, much tighter. It's right now 51-47, Warnock over Walker, but 45% in. And this is exactly what we were saying, guys. This is exactly what we were saying when we took a look at that Georgia map. We said that all of those areas that we haven't seen results in yet, they're all going for Walker. The blue areas you've seen, that's it. That's the totality of the blue. So now you take these smaller areas and look at all the counties that haven't come in yet. Look at this. Look at all the counties that have not come in yet. Well, these will tell the tale. These will tell the tale. And again, just like that, Tim Ryan is in the position he wanted to be in. There's no doubt that Raphael Warnock is not in the position he wanted to be in. He doesn't have enough of a lead. He doesn't have it. He doesn't have enough of a lead to, in my view, overcome. As a matter of fact, it's actually, it just changed to 50-48. Did you guys just see that? Did you guys just see that? It just changed to 50-48 in favor of Warnock. I said that Warnock, that Herschel Walker, is going to get the 50% plus one because Georgia's a runoff place. If no one gets 50%, there's a runoff on December 6th. And I said, I don't think that's going to happen. Based on my analysis, based on the people I talk to, the things I look at, I see him being able to cross that threshold. No runoff, which is going to be devastating to the left. And these numbers are starting to bear it out. Of course, I could be wrong. Of course, it could be a runoff. But these numbers are bearing it out that these places, these population centers of progressives didn't bring enough to it. The number I'm going to be looking for in exit polls is the number of voters in those areas compared to 2020, compared to the last midterm in 2018. That's going to be telling. How many people said, this sucks, I'm staying home? How many people say, oh, this candidate sucks, this race sucks, I don't want to hear anything about elections anymore, I'm out? I can't answer the question. I wish I could. I wish I could give you, here's where it's at. But the data is going to tell us. The data is going to tell us. The data is going to show us what's what and how this works. So I'm very much looking forward to getting more of that information. Ann Smith is praying for Herschel Walker. I had someone yesterday tell me how flawed of a candidate Herschel Walker is. Let's make that argument, shall we? Let's make the argument that Herschel Walker is a flawed candidate. Why isn't Raphael Warnock? And this is the important part, and how you and we really need to think about what it is that we're being told and how it is we're getting the narrative in that and how we come back on it. And you have to come back on it. Herschel Walker is a flawed candidate. Well, let's make an argument. Create an argument. We agree with that. What if we said we agree with that and Herschel Walker is... Oh, hold on a second. I got to yell to people here. There's 8% of the vote in Dr. Oz losing to John Fetterman right now means nothing. Just stop being silly. Sometimes you got to yell at people. I got to yell at people in the room. They've been drinking too much. If you want to argue that Herschel Walker is flawed, feel free. But that's not the end of the conversation. That's where a conversation starts. But you'll note that's where media ends the conversation in total. They don't have to lower their voices. They're fine. Tell the servers here at Blend want everyone to lower their voice. They're perfect. JoJo, leave them be. They're doing great. Let them scream and yell and be crazy. Let the people do what they do. Let the people sing. It's like Les Mis. Why isn't Raphael Warnock also a flawed candidate? Media wants to end the conversation with Herschel Walker's a flawed candidate, and that's it. That's not the way a conversation takes place. But they believe because they say it and then move on that they can end the conversation. I don't believe they should be allowed to do that. That's the importance of a free social media. That's the importance of a Twitter controlled by Elon Musk. That's the importance of places like Locals, TonyKatz.locals.com, where we're able to have these conversations. The importance of Rumble and what we're doing right here. They say Herschel Walker's a flawed candidate. Now check sports. That's not how a conversation ends. Have you ever had someone say Herschel Walker's a flawed candidate and then get up from the table and leave and not discuss what the flaws are? And can't I see that Raphael Warnock, a guy who gets $7,000 plus as a housing stipend from his church, but evicts people from properties the church owns, as a flawed candidate? Can't I look at him as a flawed candidate? Why aren't I allowed to say that? And the answer is, of course, you're allowed to say that. As a matter of fact, you should say that again and again and again and again. By the way, the latest update from Florida, DeSantis 58.6, Christ 40.7. He is almost 1.5 million votes ahead of Charlie Crist. And hopefully that number will grow. Hopefully that number grows quite a bit. They don't get to decide who is and who isn't the acceptable candidate. And it's important that we note that. I'm going to put the map back up, take a quick break right here as some more of this comes through. There is the map. Hit a little music, guys. Make sure you follow TonyKatz.locals.com and subscribe. I'd greatly appreciate it. So, what am I smoking? This is an Opus X, Arturo Fuente, Opus X. Lovely cigar. This is the 888 Perfection. I don't know if they call it a Lancero. It's not a typical Lancero shape, but just in terms of the ring gauge, I think it's like a 38 ring gauge. So in cigars, ring gauge is the diameter, right? How thick the cigar is around. So a 64 ring gauge is a full inch around. So 38 is very, very small. I smoke in 48 to 54. That's usually my size. There's a 46 ring gauge, something called the Lonsdale, which is a lovely, lovely, lovely cigar size. I enjoy quite a bit. Again, it's the idea of wrapper to binder and filler in that ratio. The more wrapper you have, the more flavor you have. So cigars like this that are considered dainty to some actually bring about better flavor. That's what they do. I'm waiting for some polls to close and get some information in right now. I want to see where some of this is at. We've been watching what's going on. We're paying attention. Here is the Pennsylvania returns right now. Let me bring that in on the map for you. And these Pennsylvania returns are way too early. 75% for Fetterman, 22% for Oz, 9%. Guys, a lot of election ahead. So we don't have to worry. We don't have to panic right now. Remember, this is not a flip. This is a Republican seat. Pat Toomey retired. So this is about Republicans holding the seat. That's the objective here. You cannot find a more flawed candidate than John Fetterman, who, so we all understand each other, so we're all perfectly clear, is absolutely not okay. He's 1,000% not okay. You cannot even get me to believe that his cognition is fine. I don't believe it. And they can tell me otherwise. But since they never put forward a medical report, since they never put forward doctors, a doctor who's a campaign contributor is not a doctor I'm listening to. I think that's a very acceptable thing to say, that, you know what, maybe you're a little biased and you're just protecting your investment, right? That's what that would say to me right there. They never proved to us that John Fetterman was all right. John Fetterman's not all right. It's okay to notice. It's okay to say. Why in the world would anybody think that that's somehow a problem? Only in Pennsylvania could you get people to say, how dare you question his mental acuity? Man, I'm questioning the mental acuity of everybody in Washington, D.C., and so are you, because that's what rational people are doing. Sitting at the bar stool, sitting at the kitchen table, sitting wherever they're sitting, talking with friends, they're questioning whether or not everybody is sane. It's standard operating procedure to question, especially when you see someone like Joe Biden who ain't okay. He's not. You see him not be able to get off a stage, shake the hands of people that aren't there, get lost, the slurring, the stumbling. Why can't you ask? It's the same thing as when they say, well, so-and-so's a flawed candidate, and try to end the conversation. Screw that. Why? Why can't I notice that Biden's okay? Why can't I notice that John Fetterman cannot answer questions? John Fetterman cannot speak in cohesive sentences. Coherent sentences, I should say. He had a stroke. I'm not mad at the dude. Notice, you've never heard me on radio or here make fun of the guy. I'm not making fun of the guy. It's ridiculous that you would make fun of a man who had a stroke. My question is, why doesn't his family give a good holy damn about him? Why don't they care about him? Why don't they love him? If he's such a good candidate, why doesn't he run in 6 years? Why doesn't he run for something else? But we should be clear, he's not a great candidate. He's never been a good candidate. He's been a lousy lieutenant governor. He was a lousy mayor. What was the town? Braddock? Lousy. The people said so. I think the only person as mayor who might have been more lousy was Pete Buttigieg. Oh, we should be clear. That man was not loved in South Bend. We should be perfectly clear. That man was not loved in South Bend at all. And to say otherwise is just totally a lie. Guy's not good at his job. He doesn't show up for his job as lieutenant governor, does John Fetterman. I'm going to notice. And I think you should keep talking about it. And never, ever be afraid. Never be afraid to talk about it. Dear Lord, who the hell do these people think they are telling you what you can and can't talk about? That's silly. But they do this. And this is going to continue. Trying to tell you there are things you cannot talk about. That's part of the control conversation. That's part of the calling you bigot, calling you racist, calling you sexist, calling you homophobe, calling you this, calling you that. White supremacy is about controlling conversation. This is why, of course, as we discussed Twitter, why they're so angry. They are angry that they don't own that platform anymore. It's so funny. They said, well, if you don't like it, start your own platform. Start your own platform. And then Parler started on their own platform. Well, no. That's not acceptable what you're doing. Here, we'll take you off the ability to distribute it on in the Apple Store, on Google Play. Okay, we'll buy a platform. Whoa. We didn't say you could buy our platforms. Well, he did. Musk did. And now look at their reaction. Look at that. It's about the control of the conversation. Desperation to keep you from having any conversation at all, which goes back to the conversation of pandemic amnesty. There'll be no amnesty. They told you weren't allowed to disagree with vaccines. I think the vaccine worked. You may see it differently. I don't believe in mandates. You may agree or disagree. I don't believe in forced masking. You may agree or disagree. This is what adults do. This is the thing that we want. This is the thing we need to be in favor of. And this is the thing they are desperate to keep you from doing. Desperate. That's the case. Did Arizona just close? Ooh-wee. Arizona just closed right there. Wisconsin just closed as well. So it is on, my good people. Now we're into the fun part of this thing. 3 hours in, and now we're in it. Yeah, I think it's a great cigar. It's a terrible cigar to have to waste because there's still plenty of cigar here, but I might move on to the next one. I may be moving on to the next one, of course. So there's Arizona right there. The problems in Arizona took place in Maricopa County. This right here, that is Phoenix. This is the major population center. Polling places simply stopped working. Ballots were not tabulating properly. At one moment in some polling places, they were saying that they were only getting 75% of tabulations accurate. This was a real issue today, and one that everybody needs to be watching how these votes came through. This is dangerous. It totally puts an end to faith and belief that one could trust the system. And they every single conversation they've been having about, well, it could take days before we know in Pennsylvania. It could take this, it could take that, it could take so much time here. They're telling us that it's going to take days. The last time you took days, people felt that things got screwy because you changed the rules in Pennsylvania, for example, and it created a real problem. They are very concerned. And I will not sit idly by while the left dismisses the concerns of people. You can't dismiss the concerns. You can explain why you feel that the concern is unnecessary and show data to try and assuage, is that it? From their concerns. But you can't sit there and tell them Oh, you can't have that concern. Oh, you're ridiculous. Oh, you're an election denier. The damn machines didn't work. They're going to be concerned. And to not address that, and to think that we're a nation that somehow can't figure this out, we can't figure out how to have a normal election. Could we just have normalcy? That, of course, is the story. That's what people are looking for. In Colorado, they're calling the governor's race for Jared Polis, the Democrat. That was kind of well in hand from the beginning. I don't think he's necessarily super popular, but he's not disliked. And that goes a long way in an election. I also couldn't tell you much about his Republican challenger in that race and how that possibly played out. I go back to your questions. Do you see a Joe Manchin run? Not being a far left Democrat, could he be the challenge for either Trump or DeSantis? No, he's not a challenge for Trump or DeSantis. And I can't imagine that he runs, because he'll get eaten alive by the progressives who absolutely positively hate him. For remember, they wanted trillions of dollars for Build Back Better. And what did they end up with? The Inflation Reduction Act at $780 billion, which should never have happened because it's not going to reduce inflation. It was a lie. It was a lie that Joe Manchin allowed to happen so he could sell, hey, look at what a good thing I've done. He's the guy who brought us down from $4 trillion down to this because he wouldn't vote for this and wouldn't vote for that, wouldn't vote for this and wouldn't vote for that. And there was Senator Sinema of Arizona. Oh, she won't allow this, and she's a pious one. Oh, wait, I'll vote for this as long as my hedge fund guys, they don't have any new taxes. Oh, sure, we'll just change that right there. And then she voted for it. Manchin's party hates him. They hate him. There isn't a vote for him. And there is nobody on the Republican side who goes, you know what? He's just a rational dude. I'll go vote for him. No way. Not a one. Not a one. Not a soul. Let's take a look at Real Clear Politics, shall we? Let's see what's going on. Let's give that a refresh right here and see what we've got in some other races happening. Those are the Senate races. Here are a whole bunch of House races. And here are the governors. Of course, we've got DeSantis right now, 59%, Christ at 40%. Yeah, it ain't that close. And it ain't that close right there. Abbott is now ahead in Texas, 53% to 46%. Right now, Michigan, 8% in. Whitmer ahead of Tudor Dixon, 56% to, or I'll say 57%, I'll round up to 42%. 8% of the vote in. I don't know yet where I see this race and say to myself, just like Georgia, just like Ohio, this is not a big enough spread. This is not big enough for Gretchen Whitmer. This is not what she wants. And not looking at going back to the New York Times map as we take a look at this Ohio race right here. Boom. Let me bring that up. You have got 38% in, and you have Ryan ahead 52 to 48. That's not enough. That's not enough. And just as we saw it, all of those white areas where counties had not come in, all went in for J.D. Vance. And those numbers are going to climb, considering 65% of the vote in, 38% of the vote in, 34% of the vote in, 21% of the vote in. You get my point. The numbers simply do not work well enough for Tim Ryan. He's going to lose that race. He's going to flat out lose that race. And Where is, we're not having any results from Michigan yet because those polls haven't closed. The Georgia race, Warnock 51, Herschel Walker 47. So it's gone a little bit of the other way into this spread. But you can see all of those places in white have yet to start sending in. And you have here you have 85% of the vote in. Here you've got big vote chunks in. That could signify a problem of nobody getting over 50%. Of course, you've got all these places that still haven't counted. 50% of the vote in here, 88% of the vote in here, 72%. Now this says to me, it's possible that you get to a runoff. I saw this moving the other way, and I'm going to wait for these other, look at all these other counties. I mean, there's a long way to go in this race. You only have 50% of the votes, 57% of the votes in. I'm going to wait to see. But right now, you got to say, that's a lot of vote totals that are in right there. That doesn't leave much room. We'll watch that happen right now. Ron DeSantis giving his acceptance speech after absolutely positively destroying Charlie Crist, who ran an absolutely awful campaign, because Charlie Crist is an absolutely awful guy. Now, you know the story of Crist. Crist was a Republican. He was the governor of Florida. And then he decided to be a Democrat and was a member of Congress. And then decided he was going to take on DeSantis and be the sacrificial lamb. And DeSantis is 4.2 million votes, almost 4.3, and Charlie Crist at 2.9. It's that 2.9 that is freaking me out. Man, that is just nuts and bothersome. And altogether, what could possibly these people be thinking? What possibly could they have been thinking, that somehow Florida wasn't good enough? They stayed open, they stayed free, they've been growing, and Florida wasn't enough for 3 million people. That is stunning, pathetic nonsense, craziness, in my view. I mean, just ridiculous. So we've got some new data coming in. I want to go over it. I want to see what's happening right there. Bill Lee winning that governor's race in Tennessee. I don't think anybody is surprised by that. Greg Abbott ahead of Beto O'Rourke, 52-47 with 38% of the vote in. That's a shoo-in right there. I mean, that's an absolute monster. Guys, stay right here. We will have more election results. My thanks to Americans for Prosperity, AmericansForProsperity.org, and of course, Blend Bar Cigar, BlendBarCigar.com, Indianapolis, Nashville, Houston, and Pittsburgh. They've got locations, hopefully, near you. And of course, I'm going to have the full breakdown on this radio, 6 to 9 a.m. and noon to 3 on WIBC, WIBC.com. Stay right here. I do think it's time for another cigar. That's my official take right here as we're waiting for some more polls to close and some more data to come in. Some of this is just a waiting game. DeSantis has been on a tear. Florida is where woke comes to die. Making sure he said, for people who didn't vote for me the first time around and voted for me now, I'm honored to have your vote. You remember exactly how close Florida was to having Andrew Gillum as their governor. Andrew Gillum, the Democrat, the guy who was then caught like a couple months after the election, he lost in a motel room naked doing crack, or was it crack? I think it was. And certainly I hope he's got the help that he needed. But that's what they almost voted for. And this goes more to the idea of media manufactured candidates. So many media manufactured candidates. Andrew Gillum was never a serious candidate. Never had any pedigree, never had anything that you could connect to, but media decided that he was. So therefore he was. That's what they decided. They do it all the time. It's just obscene how that works right there. It's really incredible. Really stunning. So DeSantis just finished up. There's Heather right there saying HSE parents showing up for school board elections. That's HSE is Hamilton Southeastern. So that's a school district that is here in Indiana, not too far from where I'm at right now, where wokeism has just been rampant. The idea of DEI, SEL, and these things, and dividing students just has been absolutely horrific. It's been a very much a ground zero place in Indiana, and it has certainly had some serious levels of spreading there. It has been good to see people coming out and engaging. One of the things that I am concerned with, very, very concerned with, I am concerned about whether or not people they just called Texas for Greg Abbott. They just called Texas for Greg Abbott. 38% of the vote in. He's at 51.6%. That number will go up. 1.7 million people voted for Beto O'Rourke. Proof positive that people will vote for absolutely anything. Do me a favor, David. Will you grab that little cigar case right there for me? Because it's time. It's time, people. It's time for another cigar. Sir, thank you so very, very much right there. They will vote for anything. Now, this is an Indiana question. Darren, what's going on? Waiting on more results. Do you think Mike Braun runs for governor? Yes. Yes, I think Mike Braun, the senator from Indiana, runs for governor. I don't think there's any question about that in the slightest. I am not there. And understand that I've interviewed Mike Braun a series of times. Sorry. Need to get my cigar cutter. Always been very, very pleasant conversations. I'll give you my Mike Braun story and why I will not be there for him. I'm not smoking a Churchill next, Matt. This is Plasencia. This is the Alma Fuerte. It's a glorious smoke from Plasencia. Plasencia has a tremendous number of production facilities and farms in Nicaragua, other places. I think other places. And they, for forever, I got it, man. I got my own cut and light. They, for forever, made cigars for other people, grew the tobacco for other people, made cigars for other people. And then they said, why are we doing this for other people? We can make our own. They are probably making the best cigars in America right now. I argue that them and Espinosa are probably making the best cigars out right now. That's not anything against what Arturo Fuente is doing or Davidoff or some of those bigger names. but just in terms of outreach and in terms of exciting, Placencia and Espinoza are probably doing the best work right now. Let me go back to Mike Braun. Mike Braun said that he was going to challenge the results of the 2020 election. And there he was challenging the results of the 2020 election. And then on January 6th, the riot took place, which I do call a riot. I don't say no to that. And then Mike Braun, the senator, Republican from Indiana, changed his mind. That, to me, is absolutely unacceptable. If you felt a conviction that there was an issue and it was something you had to address, a riot does not change your mind. That you allowed a riot to change your mind shows me you were unserious about the thing. You let a bunch of, whatever you want to call them, maybe you agree with them, maybe you disagree with them, whatever the case may be. But I opposed the riot. I opposed all riots. I opposed the riots in Minneapolis and Seattle and Indianapolis where 2 people got killed. I opposed them. I opposed the riot at the Capitol. But a riot got you to change your position? That's not serious. That's not serious, and I'm not going to support that. I'm not going to support that. I'm not going to be a part of that. I'm not going to vote for that. I'm not going to vote for that today. I'm not going to vote for that tomorrow. Sorry. That's just not going to be something that happens in my life. Nice guy. And remember, it's Indiana. Indiana has very mushy senators. It really does. Really, really mushy Republicans. It's super, super, super strange. I've never understood it. This is Ohio, people. This is Ohio, the New York Times map. And Tim Ryan ahead of J.D. Vance, 51-49, 43% in. It's coming down. It is coming down. I'm waiting for the next dump here to show me where we are. And then 61% in Georgia. We're still in this 51-47. But look at all the counties that have yet to report. Look at all the counties that have yet to report. This, to me, still says this is possible. But when I take a look at the counties that have reported, take a look at the numbers that have reported, there aren't enough in those counties to get him moving up. I'm very curious what these other counties bring, because we might actually see the runoff, which I didn't think was going to take place. I'm still questioning whether it's going to take place. But these counties are all opportunities for Herschel Walker in Georgia. There's no other way to look at that. There's no other way to even think of seeing that. That's where it's at right now. The Pennsylvania race, 16% in, has Fetterman at 61% and Oz at 30%. We got a long amount of counting to go there as well. Of course, Todd Young has won the Senate seat in Indiana, beating the mayor of Hammond, Tom McDermott, by an overwhelming margin, may I add. Absolutely brutal in that way. This is Tim. Braun's doing better than expected in the Senate. Who's on bench to replace him if it becomes governor? In Indiana, that would be Victoria Spartz in the 5th. That would be Jim Banks in the 3rd. That would be if Trey Hollingsworth, who just left the House, he didn't run in the 9th district, decides not to run for governor. He could run for Senate, and he would be self-funded in that. Erin Houchin, who is about to take the 9th district, Republican in Indiana, she could be all of a sudden fast-tracked up. There could be there's this guy who used to be in Indiana politics, and then he went into academia. His name is Mitch Daniels. Why couldn't he run for senator? Everything is possible. Just so we know, everything is possible right there. So let me see where we were with, where do I have? Okay, so this is Real Clear Politics. Just taking a look right now at some updates here. Let me There we go. I don't need this right here, do I? I don't need some silly ad. Thank you. Thank you very much. See what else they're calling here. This Colorado governor's race, Michael Bennett at 56.7. Is it Jim O'Day or is it Joe O'Day at 41.1? Interesting thing about this Colorado race, which Michael Bennett for the Senate should have well in hand. Well in hand. But a funny thing happened. Michael Bennett's wife was caught in a sting. All right, undercover video, and talking about how Democrats are doing a lot of things in code, and of course, no one thinks the Inflation Reduction Act actually reduces inflation. It was all about Green New Deal. It was all about climate. They just had to do it in code, and she's laughing with these undercover reporters about it. Laughing about it. I'm wondering if that had any last minute effect. If it had come out like 2 weeks ago, I think it could have had more effect. Everybody knows that this whole idea of the Inflation Reduction Act was just a scam. It was a lie. We all got lied to, but we knew it. We knew it when it was happening. The only people who were willing to discuss this as something good were those people who wanted to push narrative over reality, which is pretty awful to do. Never push the narrative over reality. That's an obscenity. So do I see O'Day pulling that out? I've never actually seen O'Day pulling that out, but he's an interesting guy, and he beat up Michael Bennett well in a debate. I mean, he beat him up pretty dang good there. It was Bennett was asked to ask O'Day a question. And his question was so poorly thought out that O'Day just beat the living daylights out of him. Here, check this. Let me know if you hear the audio. Let me get this in here for you, and I will share this with you because I thought this was kind of fascinating. Just really, really bad stuff from the Democrat Bennett, because he was put on the spot and didn't like have this ready to go. You do all that preparation for a debate. You don't know how to be prepared for. I mean, what can you really be tripped up on if you're a professional politician? Blows my mind that it's even possible. Check this out.
My question back to Mr. O'Day. Joe, after you know that your assertion that I've only passed one bill in the time that I've been in the Senate, you've said it over and over again. It's been fact-checked as false over and over again.
It's not false.
You're running a TV ad
it's not false.
saying it over and over again.
You passed one standalone bill.
Let him ask the question.
Why do you keep? Tell me what that means to you.
Well, it just goes to your effectiveness. You're
no, but
ineffective.
you're
ineffective.
Let's hear an answer.
I gave you the answer. You're ineffective.
Okay,
look,
you're a liar, Joe. You're a liar, Joe.
Yeah.
You're a liar, Joe.
That's not true.
You're lying about my record.
I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth. You didn't get Space Command.
You're not telling
You've
the
let BLM leave Grand Junction.
That's not true, Joe.
You helped your president with a war on energy.
That's not true, Joe.
Yes, it is. It's all true. You stood right by him 98% of the time.
I think we've.
No, you might want to check your stocks.
The Q&A stays my favorite part of this debate. Thank you very much, both.
I mean, how much worse could you look? O'Day beat the crap out of him. You're ineffective. And the only thing Michael Bennett has to say is you're a liar. You asked a question that let him attack you. You know, I'm not a lawyer. But isn't the first rule of being a lawyer, never ask a question you don't know the answer to? Isn't that the first rule? Never ask a question you don't know the answer to. Don't do it. Oh, Bennett looked weak and incompetent, a foolhardy, silly, all the things. He looked all of the things right there. So I would love for that race, that Senate race to work out for O'Day. I mean, he's a construction guy, built his own world, built his own success. I'd be thrilled to see a success. Absolutely thrilled to see a success, but I don't see that one happening. I just don't see how that's going to be. Let me show you this right here, because Ohio is starting to tighten. Exactly what we said was going to happen is happening. You have 45% in, and it's 50.1% for Vance and 49.9% for Tim Ryan. The switch has happened, and that's the end of the ballgame. J.D. Vance will be the next senator from Ohio. The Republican will keep the seat. Remember, that is a keep as well. That is not a pickup. It's Rob Portman, who did not run for re-election. So this is a Republican seat. This played out exactly as we said it would. So it's so interesting that Ohio played as we saw it, but yet Georgia isn't playing that way. Let me go down to Georgia really quick. 64% in, tightened a little, 50-48 right now. Still, look at the counties that haven't reported. I'm still holding on that it will actually not go to a runoff. But the vote counts in all these other counties, being in the 70s, being in the 80s in terms of percent of votes in, it's a much harder road for Herschel Walker here to get over the 50% threshold. But I am expecting that switch in the same way we just saw it with Ohio. Same exact mathematics at play. That's what I'm 100% expecting to happen right there. So Florida, you have DeSantis and Rubio winning very, very well. Fetterman is up 58-39% on Oz, but still you don't have enough in. You don't have enough percent of votes in to really make that count. Let me see if I can pull up Pennsylvania for you guys right here, and so you can see it for yourself. We've got 20% of the vote in Pennsylvania right here. So here we have Fetterman with 58, Oz with 39%. Now, Bucks County over there. This is a county that you're not going to win. All these things around Philadelphia, you're just not going to win. Pittsburgh to the west, this is Allegheny County. This is John Fetterman's quote-unquote hometown. But it was the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette who said, you can't vote for Fetterman, you got to vote for Oz. These areas right in here, these areas are the question. And what's interesting is take a look at some of these places in western Pennsylvania. There, of course, you see the deep blue in Allegheny, and then Lawrence County there. Mercer County, that is just a very light blue. That's a lean to Fetterman. Now, true, only 22% of the vote in. Let's see how more comes in. But when you see the bleed in from around them, this is an interesting place to look at. Because if there are going to be counties where Fetterman really isn't controlling, but is only slightly ahead in terms of total vote count, it creates opportunities for Oz in the rest of the state. And of course, you've got a series of places that haven't come in yet. And I've got people here worrying about Wisconsin. Stop worrying about Wisconsin. You're all crazy. Mandela Barnes with 55%. I got to yell at people. 55% of the vote right now. Ron Johnson, 45%. 9% in. That's it. For example, here's Madison, Wisconsin, Dane County. University of Wisconsin is referred to as Berkeley of the East. What do they call Madison, Wisconsin? 20 square miles surrounded by reality, right? It's because University of Wisconsin's totally ridiculous. So this, Milwaukee, sure, these places makes perfect sense that they've come in already and come in for Mandela Barnes. Dude, got so much to go on that. People are going to talk that up and cheer that up. Man, they got a long, long way to go. It's a long night ahead. It's a long night ahead. Thank goodness. I have coffee, wine, Diet Coke. I will in the next half hour get into bourbon. I'm 30 minutes away from bourbon. Everybody just settle down right there. This is cigar number 3. It will not be the last. It's that kind of night. I've been promised by the people here at Blend Bar Cigar that breakfast will be available in the morning. I really should have brought my equipment. I could have done the radio show from here. That would have been That would have been quite all right. I love everybody watching on Rumble, rumble.com/Tony Katz. Make sure you subscribe. I would greatly, greatly appreciate it if you did. Couldn't thank you enough for doing that. How is Oz doing? So we were just talking about Pennsylvania, and I'll bring the map back up, and I'll bring us back to Pennsylvania. That's Wisconsin right there. 23% of the vote in, 57% Fetterman, 58%, or did that go to 56? Oh man, I should be wearing glasses. 41% Oz. I think it's 56-41. It's going exactly as you thought it would. Exactly as you thought it would. 23% of the vote in. What I would like to have seen Mehmet Oz at this stage of the game in the mid 40s. That's where I would have liked to have seen him at this moment. I do not yet have concern, and I would really tell people not to be concerned at this stage of the game. Let me bring you over to where Real Clear Politics ended their polling. And they ended it right here with these 3 polls that went for Oz. Good size numbers here and here in the Remington Research Group and the Trafalgar at margins of error under 3% that showed Oz up. They have it as a Republican hold. This is going to be a much tighter race than anybody would have ever wanted. And I do question whether or not Oz was the right candidate. I forget the guy who conceded in the primary. His name eludes me right now, and I apologize for that. Oz ran a terrible campaign for the first 45 days after winning the primary. And said differently, he didn't run a campaign. That man was silent. And it was, I think, a huge, huge mistake. What I have heard from people on the ground is that really excellent at the retail politic, really excellent at the interchange, which you can understand from all those years on TV. He has that natural ability. He has that natural glibness. He's affable. He's likable. Now, I know that people are like, oh, no, not at all. No. Those are partisans. The dude's likable. The question is, do you believe him on policy? A little bit of flip-flopping, some questions that are asked there. I don't think he was the best candidate for Republicans. I think it was a mistake to make him the nominee. Is he better than John Fetterman? Are we having this conversation? Is this a legitimate thing to ask? That doesn't seem like a legitimate thing that we should be asking. Of course, he's a better candidate than John Fetterman. There's anybody who says otherwise is out of their damn mind. That much is for sure. The projection is that Governor Sununu will keep the governor's mansion in New Hampshire. And there it is. Warnock 49.4, Herschel Walker 48.4. Wait a second. Does the New York Times have that right now? Because that Fox News just showed that. 66% of the vote in. No, they still have it as 50-48, guys. They still have it as 50-48. I'll show it to you right there. That's the Georgia race. I wonder if I can expand that for you. Woo. There it is. How am I doing? How does that? Oh, that's better. Oh, that's so much better. I'm sorry I didn't do that earlier. I apologize, guys. That's totally rude of me. But they just showed it 49-48. And that's where it gets fascinating. That's where it moves. They're now both under the 50% threshold. And again, look at the counties. Look at the counties that have not yet reported. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that one is now 4, 5, 6, 7. This one's a question. Walton County. I don't know really anything about Walton County. That could go a bit of blue. It's right where they meet. We'll see. But that's red. That's red. So there is opportunity here. Oh, there it is. Oh, it just moved. 49.3 Warnock, 48.9 Herschel Walker. It's going to come. It's going to come. You're going to watch it happen. You're going to watch the flip happen, and then you're going to start looking at counties and the vote totals they have in, and then start calculating in your own head based on, well, just your own observational skills. Are there enough votes left in those smaller populated counties to move him ahead? Because they've counted everything in the places that are going to go for Warnock. Here's Fulton County. They're 69% in, 68% in, 90% in. Now, some of these a little smaller than I'd like, 45% there, and 61% in Cobb County. But there's still movement. This is going to be very, very tight. It's going to be super, super tight in Georgia. That's what's going on. Let me pull out of this right there. I don't know. I don't know what Ken. I don't know why we brought up Illinois. Illinois is some bull. No, Cook County is some bull. Illinois, lovely, totally lovely people. Matt wants to see what's going on in the fine state of Arizona. Let's go take a look at Arizona, guys. Let's see what's going on. This is the Senate race right now in Arizona, and we don't have a result yet. We don't have anything yet in Arizona, as you can see. Just absolutely nothing there as of now. We're gonna need a little more time to start getting that through. Wait, hold on. No, Arizona hasn't even. Arizona closes at 10 on the East, doesn't it? I think they close at 10, so I think we're still 20 minutes out from those polls closing right there. I think that's where we're at. They've also called Colorado for Bennett in that Senate race. Michael Bennett will go back to the Senate for Colorado right there. Yeah, Arizona, there's nothing to report right now, but I'll bring you, this is Real Clear Politics right here as I'm checking it out over here. Wow, look at that Oklahoma race right there. You see it, guys? Let me see if I can open this up for you. Right there. This was a race that was tight. This was a race where Joy Hoffmeister was leading in places. Oh my gosh, that's a butt kicking. That was not expected, because there were questions about 2 weeks ago about how tight that race was going to be, how there was a possibility. Woo! Look at that right there. I'm also taking a look at this New Mexico race right down here. Is it? I think it's Lujan Grisham, Ronchetti right here. That would be a lovely pickup for the Republicans. I don't quite see it happening. Of course, you got that Pennsylvania governor's race, and right here, New York, Hochul 67.6. You got Zeldin at 32.4 with 21% reporting. I can't do any math at all that has Lee Zeldin winning this governor's race. It's just not there, guys. As much as we want it, it's absolutely not there. Phil, good to see you. Everybody's joining in, watching the election results. That's all right, man. Just take this and throw it everywhere. Adam, young man, good to see you. People are smoking, people are drinking, watching the results right there. We're gonna take a quick break, and then we're gonna have more. We are going to have more. I'll throw this map back up for you just so we can keep an eye on it. I'll pull that out right there. See if I can expand that up so it looks a big. Look at that. Now it looks super pretty. Guys, stay right there. Time to use the restroom. Do all the things that you do. Don't forget TonyKatz.locals.com. If you'd be a subscriber, I'd greatly appreciate it. And rumble.com/TonyKatz. Subscribe. It's free. Would love to have you. Oh, dear people, was taking a look at some of the local elections going on, some school board races and things like that in my beloved Indiana. I needed to know what was happening right there. I got asked a question I thought was a good one, and it was a conversation about Maricopa. Tim, glad that you are here. My thanks to Americans for Prosperity for sponsoring this, americansforprosperity.org right there. And for those of you who don't know me, Tony Katz, hi, how are you? I am a radio host here in the Indianapolis area, not only a morning show, but I have a midday show that is heard in places across the country, in Atlanta, in Tulsa, Oklahoma, in St. Louis, in other parts of Indiana. You see me on Fox, you see me on Newsmax. I was on Just Today, News Nation. I'm also the host of a show called Eat, Drink, Smoke, which is a cigar and bourbon show, which is on 60 stations across the country. I'm the author of the book, Let's Go Bourbon, which is available at Amazon.com, working right now on Let's Go Barbecue, a book that is going to get my ass kicked because no one is an expert on barbecue, even the experts on barbecue. And how dare I think I could write this book? I'm out of my mind. In Maricopa County, they did indeed have trouble with voting machines. They found that early on, voting machines were not working. Voting machines were not tabulating properly. Maricopa County is Phoenix. This is the heart and soul of Arizona. They were only counting 75% of the vote. That's it. Tremendous problem. The kind of thing that makes you have absolutely no faith whatsoever in elections. Just like, how could you have these problems? How in the world? You have all this time to put this together. How in the world could you allow this to take place? Well, you allow this to take place. Well, I don't know. I don't know how you have voting machines that don't work. It's beyond comprehension. I haven't heard anything as of yet, Tim, and everybody else. I haven't heard anything as of yet that has people saying you can't trust the result out of Arizona, that what you're going to have is just something you can't believe in. So I don't know if that means that they got the problem fixed. I don't know if that means that they will have the problem fixed. I just have not gotten any other news, any other real reporting from sources that I know, like, and trust that make you say, oh, don't you listen to this Arizona results. Don't listen to it at all. I don't have that yet. As of yet, right now, I have faith that what we're going to get is the proper result. The proof is in the pudding. Remember, the polls haven't closed there yet. So we need to wait until those polls close. We need to wait until we start seeing some of those things come in. And we won't know that. I mean, again, I go back to that Georgia conversation. I go back to the conversation there in Ohio. When you start seeing how many votes are left to count in those counties, and then you start seeing the counties that haven't reported, that's when it matters. By the way, the latest on DeSantis, he's 60-40. 60-40. Rubio, 57-41. Kemp right now, 53-45. And there it is. Warnock, 48.5. Walker, 49.6. Tell me I don't know how to call it, people. Hot diggity. Honestly, just start calling me sexy. It's enough already. It's gotten ridiculous. Let's take a look at that New York Times map as we have been looking at it right there. Let's go to Georgia. Let's go to Georgia and take a look. Let me bring this down a little bit. At this map. Oh, look at that. Herschel Walker, 50%. Raphael Warnock, 49%. Again, I tell you, look at the counties that have not reported. That's the story. I don't want to say that I said it, but I did say that there wouldn't be a runoff. I said the words that in Georgia there wouldn't be a runoff. I could still be wrong, but this is exactly the moment I thought would come based on exactly what we were looking at in that Ohio race. Let's go back. Let's go back to Ohio, where they're saying 61%. J.D. Vance with 42% of the vote. Sorry, 52% of the vote to Tim Ryan's 48%. Only one county has yet to start reporting. And look at all those places that hadn't reported that are indeed red. And look at those counties in the light blue. Check out the counties in the light blue. You needed these to be dark. There's a great example. Wood County. I know zero about Wood County, just south of Toledo. 15,000 votes for Ryan, 13,200 votes for Vance. 56% of the vote in. It would be my assumption, not being an expert on all the counties of Ohio, that Ryan would need to be in the 58, 59% category to have a chance, and not only in Wood County, but in a series of counties that only went in the light blue. Lorraine County, you're seeing the same exact thing, that 53-47. Look at that, 53-47. How about we come down here? Athens County, now that's a 60-40. So that would say to me that this was a place that Tim Ryan probably was relying on to be able to get a lot of votes out of it. But that's light blue. It ain't there. Dayton, oh my gosh, 3 of the 4 counties I just picked, 53-47. That's not enough of a spread. And that's the way you got to look at these maps. That's the way you got to break down these numbers. That's really telling. Now, I have not seen as of yet anything exit poll related. I cannot wait to see things that are exit poll related. It's going to be fantastic to watch and to witness right there. Lee, the biggest surprise of the evening so far, that I am almost 4 hours in and I still have a voice. Sarah, who does all our digital work for me and for Eat Drink Smoke, Sarah takes care of all the digital. She's like, I don't know how you still have a voice. The answer is liquids. That's coffee. That's wine. Wait till we get to the bourbon. Woo-wee. Going back to the questions. Tsunami coming. God, I hate that term so much. I hate the term tsunami. You want to give me a tsunami? Republicans controlled the Senate with 63 votes. Tsunami. Republicans picking up 3? Not tsunami, but great. There's the difference. If you allow this conversation of red wave, red tsunami, all this kind of nonsense to take place, what happens is you set an expectations. An expectation in politics is an expectations game. If you don't have massive wins, you allow the left this opportunity to say, well, they did okay, not as good as they said they were going to do, and try and make people believe that there's a future for them. That's not it. A camera. Over time. slowly shifting. So that's why I have issue with the word tsunami. I really do. I get the concept. I just think as a bit of marketing, it's bad. It's not something that the right should have fallen for. But if they felt that it engaged people to voting, it's kind of hard to get angry at them. I got asked, where was that? Oh, this is Matt. Matt, what's going on, Boo Bear? You want a little New Hampshire action? Let's do a little New Hampshire action right there. Let's get out of Ohio. Go to New Hampshire, where we have Maggie Hassan with 56% of the vote. Don Bolduc, 42%. Only 25% in. Let's apply the same theories. Let's take a look at some of these counties. 51-46 with 25% in. 51-47 with 16% in. 53-45 with 27% in. 58. Now that one's a big one. Notice the places near Massachusetts, right? That one's a big one. That one is a smaller one. There's small vote totals in, and you'll notice there's only one place that's in the deeper blue. These are all in the light blue right now. And this Rockingham County, Sullivan County, Grafton County, and then up here in, I think it's pronounced Coos, Coos. These are still opportunities. There's not enough votes in. Certainly there's not enough of a spread for Maggie Hassan, who's just cracking that 50% mark in these places. So we're in a wait and see in a big, big way there, a very, very large way, because we could be seeing the same exact conversation that's taking place in Ohio, taking place in Georgia. And thank you, Tom. I'm glad you've enjoyed the coverage. Make sure you subscribe, rumble.com/Tony Katz. I would greatly appreciate that. And of course, locals, and become a subscriber. Would love it if you did that. TonyKatz.locals.com. Love me, the locals. Getting out of Facebook. Polls close at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And then we will start getting even more specifically what's going on in Michigan. How is that race going? And for the people of Indiana, Diego Morales is Secretary of State. Diego Morales winning that Secretary of State race, 80% in on Marion County prosecutor Cindy Carrasco, only with 41% of the vote. She got 65,000 votes. That is not looking the way it is. Ryan Mears, a Democrat, a prosecutor who doesn't prosecute. We all have these issues. We're seeing these issues all over the place. It's a shame to see when we have people who don't prosecute. By the way, can you imagine that in 2022, this is a talking point? We want prosecutors who prosecute. Is got to be one of the craziest things ever said. That you would have to say that out loud is surreal. But yet, that's where we are. That's where we are at. So I appreciate that you guys are enjoying the coverage. Make sure Tony Katz at Rumble, rumble.com/Tony Katz. Subscribe. Won't you do me the favor right there and subscribe? Would greatly appreciate it. Could I look at the Iowa Senate race? Oh, I didn't realize that the things had frozen. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed some of these questions. Yeah, I'd love to look at the Iowa Senate race right there. Let me get out of what's going on. Boom. That Senate race between, is it Franken? Yeah, Franken and Chuck Grassley. Let me bring that up for you right there. How we doing? Grassley at 42, Franken at 58, 22% of the votes in. Again, settle. Chuck Grassley is this weird force of nature. He's 88. He's 88, right? He will be the oldest member of the Senate. Now that Pat Leahy is retiring, it'll be Chuck Grassley. Making him wait. Well, he's not the longest serving. Is he the longest serving, even though he's the oldest? I just don't know if that makes him Senate pro tem, which would put him fourth in line for the presidency. President, Vice President, Speaker of the House, Senate pro tem, and then you go into the cabinet officials right there. I have seen nothing that shows me that Chuck Grassley loses this race. Absolutely nothing that shows me that. Nevada just closed as well. Expect the incumbent, Catherine Cortez Masto, to lose to Adam Laxalt. Expect Steve Sisolak, the governor, to lose to Joe Lombardo. The Utah race, Mike Lee against Evan McMullen. My mistake. I will tell you this so we all understand each other. I will never forgive Mitt Romney. I will never, ever forgive Mitt Romney for not endorsing Mike Lee, for saying, well, Evan McMullen is a friend, and I just can't do that. Sure, you could have. I have a fair amount of friends. I'm not endorsing them for Senate. That you left Mike Lee out there to dry. I only hope Mike Lee works to find somebody to run against you, Mitt Romney, and kick the living hell out of your butt. Oh, my goodness. I hope he beats you so bad you're driven to drink coffee. That's how badly, Mitt Romney, I hope you lose. I hope you lose and lose huge. America should be in concert in trying to beat Mitt Romney. It is one thing to you could actually see the anger in me. It's one thing to have a theory, to have a philosophy. It's one thing to see things differently than maybe your counterparts. It's another thing to look at a Republican senator in your state who is a constitutional stalwart and say, nah, I'm not going to support him. That statement speaks volumes about the man you are not. That you are not. You have no reason, none, to be opposed to Mike Lee. You don't have the start of an argument. And Evan McMullen is my friend doesn't connect. Vance, by the way, at 53% of the vote to Ryan's 46% of the vote. This has all gone away from Tim Ryan. He has no shot. Right now, Mandela Barnes ahead of Ron Johnson in that Wisconsin Senate race, 51% to 49%, 41% in. There's still a tremendous number of counties, I would say more than a dozen counties, that have not yet reported. So we've got a long way to go in that Wisconsin race as well. Let me go back to Rumble and answer some questions there. Mr. Fastbucks, the good man, Mr. Fastbucks, who has been with me from the very beginning of my radio career. I'm holding you personally responsible for Jennifer Ruth Green's performance tonight. He's talking about the 1st District of Indiana. He's talking about the 1st District of Indiana, where she is running against the incumbent, Frank Mervan. That race, let me bring that to you right here if I can. This would be an incredible pickup. This would be a wonderful and joyous pickup for sure. You've got Jim Banks winning in the 3rd, destroying the competition. We knew that. Rudy Yakum in the 2nd district. That's the district of the late Jackie Walorski winning there. Jim Baird in the 4th. There it is. 53-47 with 54% of the votes in. That's not a bad place to be. That is not a bad place to be. I don't know how the district breaks up in terms of what's been counted, what districts haven't been counted, how that's going to go and grow. Jennifer Ruth Green is a first-time candidate, military history, Air Force, Black woman. She is the one who had her military records leaked and by the Air Force, and then Politico ran a story, despicably ran a story, because within those records, it shows that she alleges a sexual assault by an Iraqi soldier. And that got released. She didn't want that released. It took Congressman Jim Banks and Congressman Larry Bouchon, both of Indiana, to pressure the Air Force to find out what happened. And they're like, well, oops, just a mistake. But it was Politico who said they got the information via a FOIA request. And that was clearly, absolutely a lie. 100% a lie. So this race here, very, very interesting. And we'll see how that goes and grows right there. Here's a question from Lee. For 2 years, Biden couldn't blame Congress for obstructing his agenda. How does the left's messaging strategy change in light of a resounding rejection of the policies? That's my argument. It doesn't change at all. They aren't interested in learning. They are ideologues, and they're going to continue to push this ideological line. They're going to continue to say a country is racist, the country is bigoted, we have to, these people are terrible and these people are cultural appropriators. They're going to continue to push nonsense like transgender surgery for children. They're going to continue to think that abortion is the top subject and be in favor of abortion up to and including the moment of birth and maybe a little bit afterwards. They're not going to change. They're going to continue to tell you how January 6th is the single most important subject in the history of the freaking world. They are not connected to reality, not in the slightest. And no, none of it, absolutely none of it is going to change. Hold on. Jeff wants me to know that I can't blame Romney. Blame the media who put this ass clown in the heads of the young and impressionable. Follow the money. No, I can blame Romney. I mean, I get your point. I don't think you're off base with how media moves things and does things, and how it moves narrative as opposed to fact, how it creates attack vehicles, how it doesn't allow for open conversation. Jeff, man, no disagreement there, my man, none whatsoever. But I'm going to blame Romney. I'm going to blame Romney. I'm going to have words for Romney. That's what I'm going to do. I am not shy about it. I am disgusted by the man. I'm disgusted by what it is that I have seen. I'm not going to pretend that this is all okay. That Georgia race, let's just take a look right now as we take a look at those numbers. Herschel Walker, 49.1. Raphael Warnock, 48.9. Look at the counties that have not reported. This is still very, very possible. 71% of the votes in. Woo! Very, very, very possible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 counties. There's a lot here still. There is a lot here still to look at. Let me take a quick break right here. Let me take a quick break right here. And sorry, I just had a problem with our LinkedIn stream. I'm sorry, they're going to be out. We're 4 hours in, guys, and we're not done yet at all. Glad you guys are here. Follow me on Locals, TonyKatz.locals.com, and of course, rumble.com/Tony Katz. Give me a few minutes. We'll be back to it. Guys, thanks so much for hanging in there. I had to use the bathroom. I won't lie. I don't ever lie. It had to be done. And so I did it. And that's that. I had to use the restroom, and I used the restroom, and now I'm back. That's a lot of sharing. It's a lot of bathroom talk. Maybe I'm done. Maybe I'm done with that, guys. Good to be with you as we continue watching what's going on in this election. Now, there are a couple congressional races that are worth looking at, specifically in Virginia. Is it Vega? Is that her name? Been watching a little bit of that race against the Democrat Abigail Schreier. That race is not done yet. We'll see how that goes. If Vega loses, that is too bad. That is too bad if she loses in that race. The Republican loses in that race. And then this is it Esquiel? I don't know how to pronounce your name, sir. I'm sorry. Mr. Maldonado. Apples and oranges. You blame the squishy lying apples and the biased fear-mongering oranges and have a nice pear. I don't know. I think you may have had more to drink than me. That is my take right about now. Michigan governor race, Whitmer at 51.5%. Tudor Dixon, the Republican, 46.9%. Only 20% in. We can clear the coffee and the wine. I'll just take the Diet Coke and we'll grow from there. I'll move these. My cigars, people, right here. Yeah, that's really where you thought something like that would be right now. Hochul at 64%. Zeldin at 35% with 27% in. I'm telling you, that's not a surmountable. That's not a surmountable. As much as I would want it, as much as I would adore it, it's just not there. It's not. And then let us be honest about the thing, clear about the thing right there. I think that's so very, very important as we look into this. I'm going through some of the questions as I looked at a series of races that people have been asking me to look at. I'm waiting for more, waiting for what's coming up. The level of defeat for Charlie Crist continues to rise. He's now under 40% of the vote, but he's still got 3 million votes. I mean, that's impressive. But we're now getting to the place where it's time to start seeing what the Republican pickups are. In that Pennsylvania race, let me bring that to you right here and pull that up right there. Fetterman 51, Oz 46, 50% of the vote in. Check out the light blue. So this is now a conversation of vote totals in counties and whether or not Fetterman has enough spread. So if we take a look at this, 52-46 in York County, 38% of the vote in. Well, that's still room for Fetterman. 53-45 with 53% of the vote in. Maybe that's not as well as Fetterman needed to do there. Center County, 54-43, 83% of the vote in. I wonder, I ask questions. Now, we still have some counties that haven't reported. I see 3 on the board right there. And even in Bucks County, 60-40, you got to assume. You got to assume that's how you thought that was going to go. Same thing with Northampton. There, of course, Montgomery County, these Philadelphia areas, Delaware County, that Oz got any votes at all. It's kind of stunning. These are sometimes areas that go 100% for the Democrats, 100% for the Democrats. But this race is still a race, and we are, I'd argue, an hour before we have a real clue as to what's going on right there. Let me bring this out of Pennsylvania and get back down to Georgia. It was 73%, 49.3 to 48.8. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4 counties that have not reported. And check out again these light blue places where I don't think you have big enough spreads for Warnock. Here and here and here. 3 of those 5. You are not many votes away for Herschel Walker picking up the 50% plus 1, which is what you need to avoid the runoff. Georgia is 50% plus 1, so that would mean that you have to you can't just win. You have to have 50%. If you don't, you will have a runoff, and that runoff would happen on December 6th. So that's when that would take place. Now, I have been discussing where Republicans go from here and what is it that they need to do, but we should also ask ourselves, what are Republicans going to do with the power? What are Republicans going to do? First, who's the speaker? One can argue, well, of course, it's going to be Kevin McCarthy. He's going to be the Speaker of the House. I have heard on more than just some anecdotal that he is not beloved. And there might be some challenges for that leadership position. I don't think it's going to change greatly. I don't see who else is going to challenge him at this moment, but those things will become apparent soon enough. What's the Republican agenda? Have the Republicans figured this out? Now, you can argue that the Republican agenda is to stymie Joe Biden. That's great. That's not enough. That isn't how Americans move. We've discussed this so far quite a few times today, as we've been together now for over 4 hours. It's not enough to stymie Biden. It is about having a plan. Republicans have to put legislation on Joe Biden's desk day after day after day after day after day about cutting spending, about tax reduction. They have to put things in there talking about healthcare. They have to be talking about cybersecurity. They have to be talking about border security. They have to be addressing what's going on in Ukraine. And the answer of, well, we're not going to fund what's going on in Ukraine. As a matter of smart foreign policy, I'm not there on that. I am there to question exactly how much money you spend. But the idea that we're going to turn off the spigot, I don't think is actually the biggest America mover. Although there are loud voices for that, I'm just not there that that's the best move, a smart move by any stretch of the imagination. I think that you want Vladimir Putin out and you want the Ukrainians to be able to live in peace. That is different than saying Ukraine is this great, wonderful, fantastic country and that Vladimir Zelensky is just the best. I don't believe that. I don't believe that in the slightest. I'm talking about as a conversation of foreign policy. I don't think you want that maneuver. I don't think you want to cut the funding that way. I really don't. I really think it's a bad move, a bad maneuver, a seriously dumb move. By the way, just a quick look at Ohio right here so you can see how it played out. Vance 54% and Tim Ryan with 46%, 75% of the votes in. And he's ahead by almost, Vance is almost ahead by 300,000 votes there. That's the ball game. As we said, that is the ball game. So Republicans need to be very proactive in the first 100 days of legislation to fix the country. Here's what we want to do. Here's what we need to do. Here's the smart policy. Here's what we have to do. Of course, the Democrats are going to call it extreme. Everything's extreme. This policy is extreme. That policy is extreme. This one's extreme. His mom's extreme. Everything's extreme. You got to keep putting it out there. And then you have to explain to America what you're putting out there. and you actually have to go into the districts and tell them why you're putting it in there and why it's going to be helpful to them. How this will bring down inflation, how this will help at the border. We need to engage this policy. We need to be engaging energy security. Oh, that's going to be a big one. We got to bring those gas prices down. You've got people who are going to choose between heat and eat. They're going to choose between heating their home or feeding their families this winter. You got to have policies out there, and a policy of taking oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and just throwing it into the market is not a policy. But it does show that the more energy you add to the market, the cheaper the energy is. Therefore, why don't we add more energy to the market through fracking and other ways? Why don't we take a look at hydrogen or nuclear? Biden can talk about wind and solar from now until the end of time. Wind and solar can't power a country. Wind and solar cannot power a country. It cannot be done. So they have to say so. And they have to say so aggressively. Let us take a look right now as we finally have some results going on from Arizona, where you have Mark Kelly ahead of Blake Masters, 56 to 41%, but only 41% of the vote is in. That's all you have. That is all you have right there. I'm taking a look at that governor's race. I'm waiting for some of those results. I just saw, for some reason, I don't have a good source for the gubernatorial, and that is bothering me to no end, that I'm not getting good data on that one. Let me see if I've got it over here at Real Clear Politics. Let me find the governors. There it is right there. Let me get out of this map. Let me bring you over to Real Clear Politics. That shows that Hobbs is ahead right now, 55.2 to 44.8 right there, 42% in. You got a lot of election to go right there. So remain calm. There is nothing that tells me that Katie Hobbs has anything in the bag to defeat Kari Lake. Kari Lake should be the next governor of Arizona. That should not be a question there. Oh, that's lovely. The Placencia Almafuerte. Oh, that is a pleasure and a treat. Oh, yeah, I should have more of those in the humidor. I really, really should. Kari Lake must win. Yes, you're not going to get me to say no, Matt. That is absolutely what you want. This is Kari. What's up, Kari? Anyone who can lead the Senate and Congress with clear directives that will make a difference for everyone. What happened to say it and do it? I'm not sure you wrote that properly. But if the argument is Republicans have to put out policy positions and legislation and force Joe Biden to say no to it, force Joe Biden's hand. If you control the House and the Senate, you need to have focus. You need to have 5 pieces of legislation that help the American people right away on energy, on the border, on inflation, immediately in those first 100 days, and let Joe Biden be an obstructionist. And then you can run on that. Now, by the way, it'll suck for us because the economy will still hurt. And all of those Fortune 500s and others who've been discussing the fact that we are clearly going to have recession 2023. This isn't a question. This isn't a debate. You're going to have the idea of recession. It's coming. It's happening. It's totally here. And so I don't know why we're denying it. It's totally here. The recession. I don't know why people are questioning that it's coming. And the Republicans need to be able to address this. They need to be able to do something about it. Over there on the Rumbles, Fetterman has filed suit. This is Marley. Has filed suit to get all disqualified mail-in ballots counted. How much would odds need to win by to probably make that suit useless? Oh, that suit's a real problem. So what the Fetterman campaign has said is that the Supreme Court says if you don't have the proper date, if you haven't dated it, If you don't have the proper signatures, we don't count those ballots. The Fetterman team is saying we should count those ballots. John Fetterman, the Democratic Party of Pennsylvania, never mind the country, don't believe in rules whatsoever. They don't believe that rules count. They don't believe that it matters. They believe that it's not right. You're disenfranchising these people because they got a date wrong. Me, I'm not worried about that. You got to have rules. You got to have standards. If I don't pay my taxes by April 15th, they tell me I'm late. If I didn't sign the check, they tell me I'm late. If I didn't sign the return, they tell me I'm late. Why is that not true with voting, but it is true with taxes? I'll wait. Since that answer is so complete and so demolishes their theory and philosophy, if you don't have a proper date on it, that's on you. That is 1,000% your fault. And regardless of whatever the issue may be, I don't want to hear it. I will not accept it. We have to have standards. There has to be rules. And the rule is very, very clear. If you want to do a mail-in ballot, you have to have the proper date on it. You know what we should do to end this? Not have mail-in ballots. Absentee ballots, sure. I'm totally down with an absentee ballot. But I am not down with mailing ballots out and just letting people mail it back, and that's the way it is. That's madness. And it creates the opportunity for fraud. And now you've got Fetterman saying we shouldn't have to pay attention to the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania. It's the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania who stated this. I think we need to pay attention. I think that there are rules. And I'm not interested in people who don't want to follow the rules. I want to dismiss people who don't follow the rules. And I want to call them bad names because they're not following the rules. That's what I want to do. Jeremiah has a question. Jeremiah has a cigar question. A Davidoff Churchill or a Padron 64? That's the question. A Davidoff Churchill or a Padron 64? That's the question I'm being asked. Now, I will tell you that the Padron Maduro Diplomatico is a cigar I enjoy. I've always enjoyed. Well, I'm being asked here on the show. Corey Johnson, the owner of Blend Bar Cigar, chiming in, saying, Tony, whatever you want, we'll get it for you. You want a foot rub? We got you covered. I love these people. BlendBarCigar.com. Houston, Pittsburgh, Nashville, Indianapolis. You got to check it out for yourself. First of all, are we talking about a late hour? Are we talking about just a standard Churchill? Settle down, Peanut Gallery, screaming Davidoff at the top of their Davidoff Churchill or Opus X Shark. See, he was Davidoff until you brought up the Opus X Shark, and you see how the tides do, the fortunes do change. Peanut Gallery on the Fuentes. I can find moments for each. I am not either or. I am yes. I am both on that. My cigar after this is a Davidoff Churchill, the late hour, which is in my top 5. I adore that cigar. Absolutely, positively adore that cigar. Although I'm already feeling it in my voice. I may need to slow it down right there. But it's also because we're on to 4 hours. 4 hours of this. And I ain't done yet, Boo Bear. I am nowhere near done. This is Pennsylvania again. And you'll notice that Oz has crept up to that 47% number. You have got near 60%. Is it near 60%? 55% of the votes in. That's that's in 4 counties that have yet to start counting. Even Pittsburgh. No. 65, 54, 86%. That's kind of what you'd expect. I'm wrong there. I thought maybe that was a little lighter blue than I thought it would be. No, it's probably accurate. Accurate right there. How can there be counties in Georgia that show nothing? Because sometimes they're a little late in the reporting. That's exactly it. Sometimes they're a little late in the reporting here. Here's Georgia, by the way. Let's bring that back up right there. And you have both candidates under 50% right now, 49.5 to 48.6 right now, feeling like it's feeling like that there might be a runoff, but I still have here Stevens County, here is Sumter County, here Baldwin is for Herschel Walker. So I have two more counties that have yet to report, and we've got some counties that are still bringing in, man, these are the high vote totals. Yeah, these two counties might make the difference. Might make the difference in whether or not there is a runoff or not. That's what we're going to see. Now, we got a couple other places we need to look at here. Couple other places we need to look at. So let me go back to this right here and take a look at where some of these governors' races are. Let me get back to some of this right here. Of course, Texas has been called for Abbott. Florida called for DeSantis. Oklahoma has been called for Kevin Stitt, the Republican. Shapiro over Mastriano in Pennsylvania, that governor's race. The Democrat, he was the attorney general of Pennsylvania. We knew that was coming. We knew that was coming. I'm not surprised by that at all. Right now, Arizona is 55 Hobbs, 45 Lake with 42% of that vote in. Where is Michigan? Michigan right now with 26% of the vote in. Whitmer 53, Dixon 45. That's what's happening right there. So we've got more of this coming in. We take the quick break, and we will get to much more of this. Don't forget to subscribe, TonyKatz.locals.com. Become a subscriber. I would truly appreciate it. And rumble.com/TonyKatz. Get in there and subscribe. It's free, and that's what's going on. Keep it right here. Really, that's all about resting the voice, guys. That's 100% what that was. Just resting the voice for a little bit and trying to get everything together. Somebody over at Rumble said Jim Jordan for speaker. I don't think he wants the gig. Remember what the speaker position is. That's a tremendous amount of fundraising. You're spending a lot of time doing that. I don't think he wants it. That's my point. That is my point right there. Guys, welcome back to the show. Great to be with you. I'm Tony Katz. It's an absolute pleasure. And my thanks to Americans for Prosperity, americansforprosperity.org, sponsoring what we do here, and glad that they do. All right. Is there anything that I'm seeing that's starting to concern me? I just so I've got ABC over here. I've got Fox in front of me. And someone asked, hey, all this talk of a red wave, it seems a little bit tempered, which is why you don't call it a red wave. It's a silly thing to have called it from the beginning. It's a silly thing to have said. It's bad marketing that you now have to live up to. There's nothing right now that's bothering me. Things have kind of played out exactly how I thought they would play out. Right now, Fetterman is still up 51-47. He is up by 113,000 votes right now. That's the case right there. And you have 59% of the vote in. You got a lot of counting still to go. You've got Herschel Walker 49.4% versus Raphael Warnock's 48.6%. And you still have a county that hasn't even started to report yet. So there's a lot going on there as well. In Wisconsin, it is Mandela Barnes with 50.2% versus Ron Johnson's 49.8%, 57% of the vote in. A multiplicity of wait, am I reading that right? Yeah, you've got quite a few counties that have yet to report. So right now, this is kind of going as I thought it would. And the opportunities are still absolutely there for holds and for victories. That's what I see right now. I see no reason to be concerned. Ted Budd is ahead. This is the North Carolina race. The first time we're taking a look at that race. I bring it to you right there. Let me make that a little bit larger for you. 51% of the vote to Sherry Beasley's 47%, 92% in. So I continue. That continues to be a hold for the Republican Party. No, I'm not seeing anything that concerns me. There are some congressional races that you would like to have won and you haven't yet. Looking at Arizona, you've got the Democrats right now very, very far ahead by double digits in both that Senate race and that governor's race. But there's only 50% of the vote in. I'm breathing very, very easily at this moment. It's when we have seen it post 50% is when we've seen the changes, just like you saw in Ohio, just like you saw in Georgia. You would have to argue that the polls were not just wrong in Arizona, but so horribly wrong that you would have to start burning pollsters at the stake. Right? You gotta build the pyre and you gotta just burn them. I don't see that holding. Not at all. Not in the slightest. I mean, if we were to take a look at the Arizona Senate race, let me pull out of North Carolina and bring it to the Arizona Senate race. Let me bring you all in on this one right here. Let me expand that up a little bit. There we go. 42% of the vote in. Here is a county that has a massive lead for Mark Kelly, right? Massive, but only 50% of the votes in. But here is Blake Masters with 67% of the vote in and only a 10-point spread. maybe you're like, that should be a little bit larger. Here's a 15-point spread. A 15-point spread with 61% of the votes in. That's still a lot of counting to go. Wait, is there Pima County has not even counted yet. Apache has not even counted yet. So maybe there are some of these places that are going just the opposite. Should have been stronger for Blake Masters already and haven't been. Maricopa County, 59-39. Is this what I expected? Not 100%. And by the way, Mark Victor pulled out of this race. He pulled out of this race and endorsed the Republican Blake Masters. There's nothing here. I will tell you there's some things here I don't like. There are some things here I absolutely positively do not like, but nothing yet that has me in a level of panic about the state of Arizona. Absolutely nothing, and nothing across the board that has me in a level of panic. I just don't feel the need. I don't feel a reason that I would be like, my gosh, this is all terrible. This is gloom and doom. I don't feel that way. I just want to win. And right now, I don't yet have the pickup states, except for Nevada. Nevada, let me bring down my map here. Let's get out of this and bring on Nevada, which has not reported anything. Adam Laxalt is so ahead in the polling. Am I to believe that somehow, in some way, there we go. That's not going to work out. Nah, I'm not there. I'm not believing it. Oh, I do have some information from Utah. And that information from Utah is, well, really, I mean, I'll show it to you guys. It's nothing. There's 1% in, and Mike Lee is ahead 80% to 17%. We haven't gotten Salt Lake yet. We got an evening ahead of us. We got an absolute evening ahead of us right there. So I hope that answers your question, that there's just nothing as of yet that I'm witnessing that has me in a level of concern. Just doesn't. Just got nothing right now. I'm good. Ohio being a hold, the states that you need to be holds being a hold. Wisconsin will be a hold. That's the way I see it right now. These are all very, very good things. Terrific, wonderful things. I have discussed what Republicans need to do. I have discussed how Democrats won't change at all. You're going to see a whole pushback on, red wave, huh? More like red ripple. Marketing matters. Setting expectations matter. Politics is an expectations game. You get it wrong, man, it hurts, Boo Bear. It really and truly does. Boo Bear, that's right. That's right. Pretty soon I'll be calling you Kitten. As the night gets later and later, we go from Boo Bear to Kitten, and then this whole thing becomes Tinder. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of this cigar. Right here. Zeldin with 38.8% of the vote in that governor's race in New York. I hate that I called that one. I hate that I called that race. Oh, it drives me nuts. Because that would have been the earthquake. That would have been it. But let me check New Hampshire real quick for you guys and see where we are with that race right there. 37% in right now, 55% Hassan, 43% Bolduc, 37% in. This is not looking great. This one is not looking great, but the counties are not big. Wait, hold on. Maybe I'm wrong. No, they're not big reporters right now. 21% in Rockingham County, 45% in Merrimack County, 55% in Sullivan County, 27% in Coos County. So there's room. There's room. That would have been a great pickup. I think Bulldog ran an absolutely strong race, impressive. I think that what he was able to do to Maggie Hassan and forcing her hand, forcing her into so much work in this race, very, very worthwhile. Right now, that's the one. That's the one. But I remember if I had it right, I called 3. I said Ohio wasn't a pickup. Let me double check where I was in those. Make sure I have it right. I said Georgia. I said Arizona. I said Nevada. New Hampshire was a question, and always a question. I vacillated, yes, and maybe on that one. I vacillated between those two. Forgive me, guys. There it is. Much better. It was the people over at Crystal Ball, Larry Sabato, who said Republicans would pick up 1. And I thought that was conservative. I still argue that that's conservative. By the way, ABC has just called it for Maggie Hassan, has just called that race. But you've got 47% of the vote in. I want to argue that that's an early call. There's a part of me that thinks that's an early call there. But I'll give that a little bit of a while. I'll kind of see how that plays out. See if things do change. 47% of the vote in. That's early. That is early right there, as far as I can see it. So now it's just a waiting game, just a total waiting game. Vance is ahead of Ryan, 54 to 46%. He's ahead by 300,000 votes. Fetterman Oz, 50 to 48. Fetterman over Oz. He is Fetterman's lead is less than 100,000 votes right now. Less than 100,000 votes. Walker's lead is almost exactly 30,000 votes at this stage of the game. 77% of the votes in. No one over 50% at this moment. Kelly ahead strong by 18 points over Masters in Arizona. Only 50% of the votes in. That's going to change. Grassley ahead of Franken in Iowa, 55 to 45%. And Ron Johnson making the flip, now 50.2% of the vote over Mandela Barnes, 61% of the vote in to Mandela Barnes, 49.8. So far, playing out, I would have liked the New Hampshire one. New Hampshire one would have been just absolutely glorious. Absolutely glorious. I just can't say enough. Can't say it enough. This red wave crap. It's just that the terminology is crap. Terminology is crap. And then what was it? ABC News. I saw somebody else. Sarah, put that tweet out there, if you would, or throw it in the comments, where somebody said Red Mirage. Red Mirage. The only thing that matters is winning. Is the Senate controlled by the Republicans or not? It's the only thing that matters. Only thing that matters. And in that Virginia race, District 7, Spanberger, the Democrat, is going to survive against that challenge from Vega, getting 52% of the vote. Sorry to see that. Really sorry to see that. Really sorry to see that happen. Some people around me talking about school board right there. You're talking about for Hamilton Southeastern. So a school district that was first to go woke in Indiana, aggressively woke, pushing it, denying that it was happening. The conservatives won all 4 seats. All 4 seats won. That isn't true over the totality of Indiana, where some Democrats were able to keep seats. But Some big movement took place. Some big movement and better candidates, better running, better control, better everything. So congratulations to them. And people are going to be looking at those races. And this might be the biggest point of all. People are going to look at the Senate and the House, and don't get me wrong, control for those things matter and matter incredibly. Did Republicans or conservatives, I should say conservatives, pick up a majority of school board seats all across the country? If you did, that's the victory. That's the red wave, baby. If you want to call it that, that is what matters. Control of your children's lives. Actual education over indoctrination. That matters huge. And of course, those races won't be talked about. Governor's races, that'll matter greatly. State legislatures, that'll matter greatly. And people won't talk about that. They'll only talk about that top line stuff. So while I disagree with ever calling it a red wave, we have to go beyond that, beneath that, and see all of these other races, see all of these other things going on. That's big stuff. That's stuff that matters pretty big. What about Jennifer Ruth Green? So let me go check out the House races here. Jennifer Ruth Green in Indiana right here. And that has, let me show it to you. Let me show that one to you right here. This is how they break up the House races. I will zoom in. Come on Indiana. And there it is. Right now, Mervan still ahead, 53-47, less than 12,000 votes, but 91% in. That's a hard one to overcome at this stage of the game. She was a tremendously good candidate. And I don't want to say it's over till it's over. I don't want her to concede until every vote is counted. But I'm never going to get over that they leaked your military records and you had no one in Indiana media talking about it except me. Despicable way Jennifer Ruth Green was treated. She should not give up just yet. J.D. Vance being declared the winner in Ohio. Well, things are playing out so far as we thought it would play out. We don't know how the rest of it's going to go just yet. We do not know how the rest of it is going to go just yet. But what we have so far, right places, right people, right opportunities, no complaints yet. Herschel Walker up 49.2 to Raphael Warnock's 48.8 with 79% of the votes in. We might see a runoff. Fetterman still ahead of Oz, 50-48%. You have 55-43 Hassan over Boldock. You've had some people already call that race. I am not there just yet. Ron Johnson building his lead in Wisconsin, 51-49 over the Democrat Mandela Barnes. It is these governor races, or I should say these Arizona races, that are freaking me out because I haven't seen any more results. I've got Arizona, Hobbs 57, Lake 42.9. Only 50. Ooh. Shouldn't talk until I expel. You only got 50% of the vote in. Only have 50% of the vote in. So breathe deep. That's the thing to do. That's what's important right here. You don't have an answer just yet. You're not close to an answer just yet. What does Nebraska look like? I don't know. I will find out, Jonathan. There are no elections in Nebraska, and that's why I don't know. Nebraska, Wyoming, Montana. Was there a governor? Was there a governor's race in Nebraska? No, there are no elections in Nebraska. None. There are no elections in except for congressional House seats. Nothing in Nebraska. I have the Republican winning in the Nebraska 3rd, Adrian Smith. I have got a tight race in Nebraska 1st with the Republican ahead. And I have a 50-50 split, a difference of 20 votes. Don Bacon, the incumbent, tied with a guy by the name of Tony Vargas. Well, that's interesting. There are only 3 congressional races, 3 congressional seats there in Nebraska. So we've got some more information coming in. And don't forget to subscribe, rumble.com/Tony Katz. Rumble.com/Tony Katz. Washington State, they have just ended their voting. This is a very interesting race involving Smiley and Patty Murray. The Republican, Smiley, she has put together a hell of a campaign. Really impressive. Tiffany Smiley is her name, and we'll start seeing those places starting to record. Tiffany Smiley has pushed Patty Murray. Now, Patty Murray is a bit of an institution in Washington State. That's a hard one. That's a very, very hard one to get a victory in. Really and truly very, very difficult. But Tiffany Smiley, I think, has a future in Republican politics. A good campaign, a strong campaign, a smart campaign, may I add. A very, very smart campaign. And you have the Oregon race where you have Drazan, Drazan, against Tina Kotek, the progressive. Kotek, man, you want to talk about just taking it on the chin. Poor campaign, tried to push herself as somebody who was law and order. Just silly stuff right there. That Oregon race is going to be very interesting. We're gonna watch it happen. We're gonna see how it comes about there. Let me see if I can get anything on that race right now. I've got nothing. So give me a second to start putting together what's going on in those governor's races, how things are going, how things are looking. I don't have anything about Oregon yet. I'll take the quick break. I promise it will be quick. And yes, I see you. Arizona looking wonky early. I don't disagree. Arizona's looking wonky early. That much is very, very true. Guys, keep it right here. I will be right back. Oh, guys, oh, guys, oh, guys, oh, guys. Now Fox has projected that Hassan has defeated Bolduc. I am really, really sorry about that one. Again, they have it as 43% of the vote in. I'm sorry about that one. Tony Katz, good to be with you on Twitter at Tony Katz. I have not checked Twitter in a great long while. I'm just catching up on some local elections here in the state of Indiana and just what's going on. Taking a look at what's going on with some congressional district stuff, some interesting things that'll play out, but you really probably won't have a full understanding until the morning on that. And right now I'm just trying to take it that we're in the bit of the lull as I hit the 5-hour mark. And some of you have been with me the whole time and greatly appreciate it. The guys here at Blend Bar Cigar can't believe I've been talking for 5 hours. They're duly impressed. And I keep reminding them that this is the Tony. Yet no cash. Just cheap applause. I'll take it. People are pulling out wads of cash now. Seriously. Get past the ones. Get at least into the fives. Oh my God! It's like there it is. It's like a strip club. I don't even know he doesn't even know what he's throwing. Hot damn, boy's got to make a living. People, excuse me. Right there. God bless. Good stuff. No. I do my own credit card processing. No Stripe, no Square. We do it on our own. I must tell you, not a sense of panic in the slightest. Not a sense of panic in what I'm seeing in these races. I will tell you that this Arizona stuff doesn't make any sense to me at all. I mean, when I say it doesn't make any sense, I mean it doesn't make any sense to me in the slightest. I don't even know what I'm looking at right now. Arizona, 51% shows Hobbs, the Democrat, at, you know what, I'll bring it up. There it is. Hobbs at a 56.9 to Kerry Lake's 43.1. People out there will panic. I will not be one of those people. Not at all. Not in the slightest. I'm not going to panic. I'm not going to worry. I'm going to let this play out. Now, somebody asked, how long will I be on till this thing is blanking over? We have, yes, thank you. Corey Johnson, owner of Blend Bar Cigar, where I am, blendbarcigar.com, Indianapolis, Houston, Pittsburgh, and Nashville. He's like, there's plenty of cigars, there's plenty of bourbon. All right. So I'm good. I really should have brought my radio equipment. I could have done the show from here to tomorrow morning. Some people are going to say, is this have anything to do with what happened in Maricopa County? That's where Phoenix is. And there were many machines not working, not properly tabulating the votes. They just were not tabulating the votes. And that's a real issue. This could end up being a serious problem. I haven't heard anything yet about how that is the issue that people are seeing, and it's something that we have to pay attention to. I haven't seen that at all. I got asked if I could take a look at what's going on in Bucks County. So Bucks County is right outside of Philadelphia. Guys, I will bring you to the map right there. Let me make that a little bit, come on, larger for you. Fetterman 49, Oz 48, 71% of the vote. Again, playing out in the way Ohio did, in the way Georgia did, seeing the movement. Now, Bucks County right here shows Fetterman with 59% of the vote and Oz with 39%. So has that changed more in favor of Oz? I can't tell you. I don't recall what it was an hour ago. I think maybe there could be people who would tell you they would have expected the Democrat to have more of Bucks County in this race. I think what's interesting is that there's no dark blue on the map. Take a look. Take a look. Where's the dark blue on the map? Philadelphia, right? Montgomery County and Philadelphia County and Delaware County. Exactly where you'd expect it to be. Pittsburgh isn't even dark blue, although it's clearly for Fetterman. It's a lot of red going on. But they look at how high these vote totals are. 95%, 93%, 95%, 95%, 89%. So how many more votes are there to pick up in these areas? Well, Beaver County, 33%. And let me lift that up a little bit. And Washington County, though, 94%. So how many more opportunities are there for Oz to pick up votes in these areas? That's a good question. But only 71% of the votes are in. It's as tight as we thought it would be. And so what in the world is that right there? I don't know what just happened. Did I just hit an ad by mistake? Nope, I did. Oh, man, I lost my map. There it is. Whew, I lost my map. There we go. We're back to it. We're back on it right there. Goodness gracious. That was scary for a minute. Yeah, right now we just breathe, we take it easy, and we watch. That Arizona stuff is what I'm watching most of all, though. That's what I'm watching most of all right now. I'm just taking a look at some comments. Libertarian Dragon wants to know, am I pulling an all-nighter? I've got radio at 6 a.m. tomorrow, and I'll be ready to go. Don't you worry. All the coffee. And I will be absolutely, positively ready to go. Guaranteed, or your money back. It's free. You don't have to pay for it. Sponsors do, and they do an incredible job, so be supportive of them. I'm curious as to how some people are going to want to engage spin. I'm curious to see how people want to make changes to what's how they're going to try and sell their story about how this wasn't good for Republicans. If you don't have pickups, it wasn't good. That much is true. And we're still waiting for the pickups. Nevada, Georgia, Arizona. That's what people are waiting on. That's the stuff that matters. And we're waiting a long, long time. Pennsylvania would be a hold. Pennsylvania would be a hold right there. Let me just check, see what's happening going on. Let me see if I can get to some of these other Senate races. Nothing has flipped. Absolutely nothing has flipped. Everything has been a hold. Walker 49.4, Warnock 48.5. Bud is up in North Carolina, which would also be a hold. That Arizona race, 51% in, Kelly 58, Masters 40. I'm at a loss at this stage of the game. I just figured there would be more movement. Next to me, they're asking the question, if you only have 20% of the vote in, how could you call a race? The races get called based on people who understand a true analysis of the amount of voters in an area and propensities in an area, and they can take a look at trends and they make this educated guess. At times, they do pull it back and say, wait, we've made a mistake. Wait, we got this wrong. It went from clearly for this candidate or that candidate to now back to an undecided based on things that they don't see. But they know what the trends are. They know what the registrations are in those areas, in those counties. And based on a certain trending number, based on certain analytics, they're able to make a call all the way through that simply by the registrations. It's inconceivable that there's enough votes there to go another way. So that's why they're able to call things at those earlier times. They make mistakes with it. And this is one of the reasons why people get upset, because you're calling. This goes back to Arizona in 2020, called too early. This was the infuriation. How could you be calling this race so early? That's the kind of thing that gets people nuts, angers them to no end, and they're not wrong. They're not wrong. Tim Ryan has conceded the race. The congressman has conceded the race to J.D. Vance. So that, it's funny. That's a hold, but it feels like a pickup. That is a hold, but it feels like a pickup. Matt wants to know, does this mean Republicans still have trouble identifying themselves? Well, they've always had trouble with that because they're dealing with media narrative stuff and not dealing with rational people. But right now, there's nothing there's no decision on the stuff that we were looking at. What are the pickup seats? The pickup seats are Georgia. The pickup seat is Nevada. The pickup seat is Arizona, right? Those are pickup seats. And Washington State and New Hampshire were opportunities for pickup states. Right now, New Hampshire's out. Washington State, possible, not probable. So let's see how the other three go. Let's see how Georgia, Nevada, and Arizona go. That's what we have to take a look at. And I have been arguing, discussing with clarity that this wasn't about people loving Republicans. This was about people being totally disconnected from the Democratic Party. Disconnected because they're not talking about the things that matter. But we were never talking about a multiplicity of states. We were always talking about a handful and a few. I mean, that's just clearly it. Right now, you have Brian Kemp, who's been called the winner in that governor's race in Georgia. So 54% to 45%. So what does that say? That says, sorry, Stacey Abrams, the conversation about abortion January 6th and everybody's a bigot didn't connect. Didn't connect in Atlanta, didn't connect in Macon, didn't connect in Columbus. So that's a resounding defeat for Stacey Abrams and her progressive agenda. The president of Earth. Remember, she did Star Trek, and she was in a Star Trek episode playing the part of the president of Earth. You missed that? Oh, precious. How did she not win an Emmy? Oh, you know what? She might have won an Emmy. It's the freaking Emmys. Did you see that Jimmy Kimmel's going to host the Oscars again? Only proving that the Oscars don't want anybody to watch. Unbelievable. Wait, did I just hear that Stacey Abrams conceded? She conceded 2018. She conceded 2018 right there. That's what she did. I think Dana Perino just made that joke on Fox News. Did she concede the first election? Man, that's incredible stuff. So that alone is defeat of progressive agenda, but it doesn't matter if you don't pick up seats in the Senate. You don't pick up seats in the Senate, then none of it matters. It does not matter at all. Let me go back to Pennsylvania right here. 72% of the vote in. 72%. And look at that, guys. That's 1%. 49 to 48. 49 to 48. That's where that race is, with 72% of the vote. That is all right. Oh, and they have just called North Carolina for Ted Budd, which means that's another Republican hold in North Carolina. Walker still up 49.6 to 48.4%. 0.4. All he needs is 0.5. 0.5, and it will be Senator-elect Herschel Walker. And that pickup will be massive. So how big are the coattails of Brian Kemp? And does it tell you how bad of a candidate Stacey Abrams was or how bad of a candidate Herschel Walker was? But of course, there was so much ground cover, so much attacking of Herschel Walker 24/7, 365, that it was a bit harder to overcome. Now, Fox has it as 49.1% for Walker, 48.9% for Warnock, 85% in. I have it from Real Clear Politics, 49.6, with 87% of the vote in. So that explains the little bit of the vote differential right there going on in that Senate race. Where are we on the governor's race? Let me head down to that. And it's still 51% of the vote in Arizona, 56.9 for Hobbs and 43.1 for Carrie Lake. That's what's going on right there. That's what's happening right there in that race. A lot of people very, very excited. Very, very excited right there. Republicans will have to continue to make their case. They will have to continue to prove that they've got the right policies. They will have to continue to hammer about out-of-touch progressives that are not connected to the American people at all. But if they win, they will win the House. They win the Senate. Those first 100 days, piece of legislation after piece of legislation after piece of legislation has to go to Biden's desk about inflation, about taxation, about energy security, about the border. It has to be nonstop. We've got a plan. We've got this. Why won't Biden work with us? Don't listen to the squad. Listen to the American people. Those kinds of messages. Without those kinds of messages, they don't have anything. This is the Republican Party. This is the party of stupid. These people can pull victory or pull defeat out of the jaws of victory like no one's business. And it is very, very possible that they will do it again. So far, no real changes. Let me pull this up for you right here so you can see what I'm looking at in some of these governor's races right here. Let me just see if I can bring that down a little bit just so you can see what's going on there. Also, take a look at that Oregon race at the bottom where you've got Kotek, the Democrat, ahead just by 4 points, 3.8 points over the Republican Drazen. And that's an interesting race where the Republican has a real chance to pick up Oregon. And you know that there are more counties in Eastern Oregon that want to be part of Idaho. There's a whole thing called the Greater Idaho Movement. These counties in Oregon are sick and tired of being abused by Portland, and they don't want anything to do with the state. They don't want anything to do with this progressive nonsense. They want to be free, and they want to be able to be, well, not subjected to the abuse of the western part of the state. So they're voting to become part of Idaho. You would need congressional approval for all those kinds of things and redrawing the lines. I don't think you're going to get it. I think they should. I think they absolutely, positively should. I want to see the people of Oregon being able to choose their own course. 100% what I want for them. Don't know if they're going to get it, but it is what I want for them. Arizona's coming in slow. Arizona's coming in slow, and it is showing Republicans losing all across the board. By the way, congratulations to Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the governor-elect of Arkansas, winning handily there. She is going to be an interesting story. Is she on any vice presidential shortlists? The first name on the vice presidential shortlist is Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, and then there's everybody else. We also need to be taking a look at whether or not what's going to happen with that Los Angeles mayor's race, Rick Caruso, the Republican who decided he was a Democrat, against Karen Bass. That's going to be an interesting one to watch. Fox has the Georgia race at 49-49. They've got it at 49-49. I got to assume it's time to drink. That's me calling for some drinks. All right, there. Let me see. Where is Georgia? Georgia, 49.2 to 48.8 with 88% in. I might be wrong there. Walker may not win it out. We might see the runoff. That's certainly the way it's looking. Nothing in Arizona has changed. There's still a 51% of the vote in that Senate race. And, you're seeing me do it right there. And in that governor's race, nothing has changed either. Absolutely nothing has changed. We are 5 hours in. We're still in the same place. We're still in absolutely the same place. I'll take the quick break. You see, Sean, while I disagree with the concept of red wave, you can't say that. You can't say it. We haven't gotten to the races that would make that the case. We haven't. There was never a wave. That's the problem with the damn talk. But you don't have it accurate because we still don't know about Arizona. We still don't know about Georgia, which always could have been a runoff, even though I didn't think it would be. We still don't know about Nevada, and they are calling Whitmer over Dixon. 33% of the vote in. She has 51.6% of the vote to Dixon's 47% of the vote. I think they're calling that early. They're also calling New York for Governor Hochul over Lee Zeldin, 55-44% with 64% in. I think that is an accurate call. I think they're calling Michigan way too early there. A quick break. Make sure you are following, of course, on Locals, TonyKatz.locals.com. I would greatly appreciate it if you would do that. TonyKatz.locals.com and become a subscriber. I would love that. Guys, keep it here. I will be back in moments. So, by the way, I didn't realize there was a governor's race in Nebraska where the Republican won handily to replace Pete Ricketts, who was termed out. Governor Walz wins re-election in Minnesota because the people of Minnesota are criminally insane. It is criminally insane. Guys, Tony Katz, good to be with you. TonyKatz.locals.com, rumble.com/Tony Katz. I have no talk. I have no way of understanding the people of Minnesota at all. On Rumble, someone saying I'm disheartened again. I don't know what you're disheartened about. I wouldn't be. There are races that are of big name and races that are of smaller name. How did your school board elections go? How did mayor's races go? How did state legislatures go? You got to think of the fullness of this election. Remember, they told you red wave, but there were only 3 seats that the people were considered flipping. Only 3. So far, everything is held. Everything is held the way it was thought to go. And taking a look here, let me give you something that might make you feel better right here. This is Pennsylvania. 49.3% Fetterman, 48.4% Oz. That's less than 1%, kids. That is less than 1%. 77% of the votes in. Look at this in Center County. Do you think they were expecting Fetterman only to have 52%? Is that closer than they thought? How about Bucks County here, which is now 52-46? What do we think? Now that just moved to 50-48. Fetterman over Oz. Look at how tight here in Northampton County. Well, 0.1%. It's a difference of less than 200 votes. There are still votes to count. 64% of the votes in York County, 85% there in Cumberland County, 52% in Warren County. There's still votes to count, still places where there's opportunity for pickup. That race is also far from over. I want to take a look while I'm on the map. Let me get out of this and let me get into. See, I don't have the governor's race on here. Oh, dang it. I only have the Senate ones. That's super annoying right there. I want to see the breakdown of what's going on in Michigan. Here's that Senate race. Ron Johnson ahead in Wisconsin by about 40,000 votes, 43,000 votes. And that just changed to being ahead by 38,000 votes, but still the same margin. There's the win from J.D. Vance. There's the 50-48 we're talking about. 71,000 votes separating the two right there in that Senate race. This is the race in North Carolina where Bud has been called the winner. And here it is, 49-49. A difference of less than 1,000 votes. A difference of less than 1,000 votes. And 86% in, picking up 1%, not going to be easy there. But so many had considered this to be a runoff, that there would be a runoff there. I'm not particularly surprised. I did say I based on what I had been seeing and based on what I heard, I didn't see the runoff. I saw Walker squeaking it out. I just saw that it would be just a little bit better, right? That he would be able to just get over that mark. That's how I saw it. Here's a question from Candace. How can the Republican Party reach the urban areas? It seems like if we keep helping Blexit, which is the black exit from the Democratic Party, open minds, maybe it will help. Well, there's 2 conversations. First, you cannot be afraid to talk to people, and Republicans are not good at talking to people. They seem to not know how to do it and how to connect. And I think there are many, many ways to connect. I truly do. Secondly, I would not stop the conversations. I would not stop the conversation about the border. I would not stop the conversation about energy. I would not stop the conversation about inflation. I wouldn't stop it. I wouldn't stop it. What I'm starting to sense is that people expected something that never was. Were people, this red wave conversation, did people understand exactly how many races were up, how many races were possible? Did they have an idea of just how few there really were that would flip the Senate? It seems to me, no. It seems to me that was not the case. That people didn't have a concept there, and that's an issue. That is absolutely an issue. Oh, here's a question. Someone wants to send me a bottle of bourbon. You know what? I will put I'll put the PO box in there. Hold on. J.D. Vance, new senator from Ohio, getting some love from Mrs. Vance and making the acceptance speech as it was thought would happen. So Vance winning, is that part of the red wave? I mean, is it not? It's a hold, but is it considered part of the red wave? If so, what are people so incredibly upset about? I don't think there's anything there to be upset about. Things are going to take some time. That's what's happening. That's what's going on. So we take a look at this and we breathe. And we note that we don't have the results in from places that we desperately want them. And it's super frustrating. Don't get me wrong, super duper frustrating. I'm looking right now just to see where some of the latest is. That Arizona race hasn't moved a tick, guys. Here it is. That Arizona race, there it is. Hobbs still at 56.8. Lake still at 43.1, 51%. Now that's frustrating. That's really and truly frustrating right there. But I'm here to tell you that I think that there's a lot of lamenting. We're not in a place to lament, not in the slightest. So far, so good. Kemp beats the living daylights out of Stacey Abrams by almost double digits. Is that part of the red wave? How much love could the media give Stacey Abrams, propping her up, making us believe that she's a real mind? It's a total rejection of her progressive policies. A total rejection. By the way, Kemp not only overcame Stacey Abrams, he overcame the attacks of Donald Trump. What does that say? So, again, these holds are part of the wave. Absolutely, positively part of the wave. If we're going to believe in a wave. If you're not, well, then I don't know what you were looking for. And I think that that's so important to take a step back and say, wait, are we taking a look at what is real, or are we taking a look at what media is going to tell us or says is real? We got to take a look at what is real, and what is real is these victories in Georgia and these victories in Ohio. That much is absolutely true. Puritan there on rumble.com/Tony Katz. Indiana Libertarian Party is going to have to wait another election to reach the 10% threshold. Maher was a great candidate for Secretary of State. I interviewed him twice. I thought he was very impressive, and he's the candidate that they have to keep moving with. They can do something with him. I think he engages very, very well. But yes, libertarians are going to have to wait again for one more day. And the people who keep saying, "Oh, the libertarians are coming, the libertarians are here," this is gonna. No. Keith wants to know, without control of the Senate, can we make that much of a difference in these last 2 years? We don't know yet whether or not we have control of the Senate or not, or Republicans have control of the Senate or not. So let's wait. Let's wait. Let's find out. Breathe deep. I haven't seen any movement in the Arizona race. That Pennsylvania, let's go back to the Pennsylvania race. Let me pull that up right here. There is the map. Pennsylvania, 81% in, 49-48. The difference is less than 100,000 votes. Fetterman over Oz with 81% of the vote in. This race is still too close to call. I mean, we've got a lot to go. We have got a tremendous amount to go here. So to your question let me get back to the question. Without control of the Senate, can we make that much of a difference? We don't know if we have control of the Senate or not. That's first and foremost. Secondly, you would have control of the House, so certainly you get to control the purse strings. You get to control spending. You're not going to be able to get to the Senate, so you'll have a massive level of gridlock. My issue with not controlling the Senate is Clarence Thomas. A lot can happen to Supreme Court justices in 2 years, and I would like to have say over who Joe Biden gets to the court. That's why SCOTUS, that's why the Senate matters so much. It really and truly does. And also, I'm not going to lie, in investigative capability. Investigative capability. Okay, so you want to know worst case scenario. Worst case scenario, the House can be the proper level of obstructionist, and that's not a bad thing. Stop the radicalized spending. Really try and move again policy to the Senate that the Senate's going to deny, and utilize that as a push to 2024. But not controlling the Senate will be seen as a loss. Not controlling the Senate will be seen as red wave what? And that will be a conversation that goes on for ever. That's it. So even Fox News is discussing the spread by which Brian Kemp won the governor's mansion in Georgia. So it happens in Georgia, but doesn't happen in Arizona. I'm sorry. I don't understand that. Happens in Georgia, but Oz won't be able to get past Fetterman, a guy who cannot speak, a guy who had a stroke and is not okay. Don't know what to say about that. So breathe. Let's see. Let's wait for more data to come upon us. Let's see what happens next. Oh, this cigar is lovely. This cigar is absolutely, positively lovely. Let me see if there's anything else I can see here. Grassley's been called in the state of Iowa. Moran in Kansas. Bennett, the Democrat in Colorado. Eric Schmidt winning handily in Missouri. I'm happy for that. Boozman in Arkansas. These are all Senate races. Langford in Oklahoma. Just one of two races going on there. John Kennedy wins re-election by just a brutalizing amount, 62% to 18%, because two Democrats were on that ticket there in Louisiana. Katie Britt, the Republican, winning in Alabama. Marco Rubio taking the Senate seat back in Florida. And, of course, DeSantis destroying Charlie Crist. Tim Scott keeping it in South Carolina. Ted Budd, that's a hold in North Carolina as well. So that's what we're looking at. That's where we're at right now. And Ron Johnson's still ahead by 40,000 plus votes in Wisconsin. Utah, Mike Lee with 53% of the vote, 50,000 votes ahead of Evan McMullen, and that happening there. And Oregon, the Democrat, he's going to take that race again. But in that governor's race, check this one out right here. Let me bring this to you. The Democrat, Tina Kotek, 46. The Republican, Christine Drazen, Drazen, I believe, 44.2. Now, you'll notice the name Betsy Johnson. There were people like the founder of Nike supporting Betsy Johnson because he was disgusted by Tina Kotek, but didn't want to support the Republican. So is Betsy Johnson playing spoiler with 109,000 votes? That's a really, really good question right there. Oregon is a really interesting one. This race is far from over, only 62% reporting right there. Only 62% reporting. Take care, man. Be good. Everyone, they're calling it a night. Weak wimps. I tell you, right there. Oh, my goodness. So the question is, how long am I going to go on? We're coming on 6 hours. I may have to call it at 6 hours, guys. I mean, I'm going to keep watching, but if I'm going to have a voice for radio, I may have to call it. I may have to call it at 6 hours right there. That's all there is. This is Lori. I had a late night for work, and I'm not super educated. Thanks for keeping us in the loop. I think part of, if I were to say I had a job, people are living their lives. And this is why the politics has become so exasperating. We elect people to run the country so we can go live the lives we want to live. You go do that, we'll do this. We'll give you a certain amount of love and respect and title and good parking spots. Just leave us alone. And so many of these politicos broke the contract because they don't leave us alone. You have to elect me. You have to treat me like royalty. And I'm going to call you dumb every single day. I'm going to hate you for what you think. I'm going to tell you you're a bigot every day. It's just not a way to treat people. They broke the social contract, if you will. Kurt Schlichter writes about this in Militant Normals. I actually did the audiobook for that. So get the audiobook version and you'll hear my dulcet tones. And it's a solid point. There's a very, very serious conversation at play about how we got treated. Now, over there at Fox, Karl Rove is making an argument. Look at Mike DeWine, the Republican, who won by 26% of the vote, and look at J.D. Vance, who won by 7%. This is a great example. I'm not sure what his point is. This is an example of media narrative. No one talked about Mike DeWine. No one talked about that race nationally at all. They talked about J.D. Vance. They talked about the radicalness of Trump. They talked about evil Republicans. What's the matter? Didn't apply to DeWine. They talked about Herschel Walker. They never really talked about Brian Kemp. They never really gave. It was just how great Stacey Abrams was, but in the end, she loses by nearly 10 points. Very interesting how that plays out. Very interesting how that happens. Taking just another look, seeing what's going on. Herschel Walker has increased his lead a little bit, 49.2% to 48.8% for Warnock, with 87% reporting possible. These last votes put him over the top. Fetterman and Oz, still a difference of a point. Oz is down 63,000 votes right now. 63,000 votes right there, and still no change in Arizona. I don't know what to say. It's the strangest thing in the world. It's strange, and it's It is. I can appreciate that. It's totally unsettling. Totally unsettling right there. Very, very, very bothersome as it's going. Michelle says Atlas is shrugging. It's a nice way to put it. That's a nice way to put that right there. Atlas is shrugging. Not bad. We're going to take one more quick break, and then I'm going to consider wrapping it up. Who knows? Who knows? We'll see. Keep it right here. So we're going to bring this into the home stretch for me because 6 hours, people. 6 hours of people. I got to tell you, I was expecting a little more information at this stage of the game. This Arizona stuff, I don't quite understand what's going on there. 51% of the vote in. I just don't understand why it's taking so long. I also don't have anything out of Nevada. I'm not sure why that is also. Very, very, very confusing. So far, they're calling that Senate seat in Washington State for Patty Murray. They are calling Connecticut for Richard Blumenthal, who lied about his Vietnam service. I keep trying to remind people of that. And Maggie Hassan beating the General Don Bolduc in New Hampshire. I'm sorry to see that one for sure. Tony Katz, good to be with you. Don't forget TonyKatz.locals.com and Rumble. Go to Rumble, rumble.com/Tony Katz, and be sure to subscribe. If you haven't already, be sure to subscribe. Do that. Would greatly appreciate it. Appreciate everybody who left comments, everyone who's been watching, the thousands of people who have been a part of what it is we're doing right here. Just absolutely appreciate it. Rob, for the Indiana results, you got to tune in tomorrow, 6 a.m., WIBC, WIBC.com, and I will have those for you. Keith, have yourself a good night. I'll catch you in the morning as well. Republicans will learn that the conversation of red wave is a silly one. We've been saying it all night. We're not going to change from that. But the races that were the ones, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, we just don't have results yet. So we don't know yet. Arizona not bringing in enough data yet. Super frustrating. Nevada, zero. There's nothing from Nevada. And Georgia showing Walker in the lead, 49.4 to 48.6 for Raphael Warnock. That is the case. That's what we have right now. Brett Baer just reminded me that it's almost midnight. Didn't dawn on me. I've been doing this for 6 hours. That's absolutely correct. Absolutely, positively correct. That would be midnight. So, it's a radio show in 6 hours. Nothing but nothing. Totally fine. Totally good. I am not bothered by anything at this stage of the game. Not bothered by anything at all, except the lack of information coming from the Western states. That is frustrating and annoying. You still have Mike Lee ahead, 54%, to Evan McMullen's 43%. And I'm very happy to see that. We're back to 50-48 in the Pennsylvania race. Fetterman over Oz, 82% of the vote in. There is still some counting to go. That much is happening. We should ask what happens if Democrats gain a seat in the House. What happens at that moment? What gets said? Pollsters called it close, but holy cow. This country is beyond divided. And we would have to argue that abortion actually moves people, that January 6th actually moves people, or those things didn't, but this whole threat to democracy thing did. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see, but that's kind of playing into a meme that I don't think provides any value, because we're also not talking about the places who won these Secretary of State races, who won these state house races, who won these school board races. Lots and lots and lots of subjects that are going to need to be broken down left and right. And well, I'm going to do it. Of course I am. Of course I'm going to do exactly that, because that's what has to get done. We have to break down all of these things, and then we get back to it. Not being driven crazy, not allowing anybody to lie to us, just focused on the data, focused on what makes a better nation, focused on good policy. That's all there ever has been. That is all there ever will be. That is it. Just getting some updates, and still nothing on Nevada, nothing on Arizona, still Walker ahead in Georgia. Holy crap. And what happened to this idea that Pennsylvania wouldn't know for like weeks what happened? What happened to that? I thought this was going to be a big thing, yet I've got Pennsylvania showing 84% of the vote. Fetterman 49.3, Oz 48.2, according to Real Clear Politics. And then you've got the New York Times map showing Fetterman 49.3, Oz 48.3. So just 1%. 45,000 votes separating them. 84% of the vote in. Are we going to see a recount in Pennsylvania? It's certainly possible. Ron Johnson maintaining his lead in Wisconsin. by 66,000 votes. So it's actually grown a little bit since we have spoken. We're gonna see, man. This is something else. We just wish it could have come faster, that it would have come faster, but it didn't. And so we just gotta deal with that reality. Just gotta deal with that reality, nothing more, nothing less. But I think that people who are going to get disheartened, it's not helpful. It is not helpful. I think people had an unreasonable expectation of, well, what to expect. You heard red wave, but there wasn't that. There wasn't that in terms of the pickups. Where Republicans needed to hold, they did hold. What they did not do is overcome in New Hampshire or in Washington State. We still have plenty of governor's races that we're looking at. There are House races. I've got 2 Democratic pickups. I've got 2 Republican pickups going on right now, and there's more to see. And again, this Michigan race, 47% of the vote, 51.5 Whitmer, 46.8 Dixon. It's possible Whitmer wins, but man, oh man, that race was called way too early. By every stretch of the imagination, that was called way too early. So on the morning show, I will have more breakdown. I will have what exit polls that we've got going on. I will have the latest if some of these races aren't decided this evening. I'll have the latest as to what's going on. I'm going to have every single bit of it. And as I said, so much coffee. So much coffee. Just for the voice. Just for the 6 hours straight, man. 6 hours straight. You know what? I didn't consider that. I did not consider what it would do to the voice. Worth it. So completely and totally worth it right there. Let me give you one more look at the map there from the New York Times. And as we've been talking about in Pennsylvania, there it is. 49-48. 49-48 right there. 84% of the votes in. And in Georgia, 49.1 to 48.9. You got it right there. Now, someone's going to say, look at that libertarian. Look at that spoiler. You could say it. You could say it, but you can't get me to buy in. People are allowed to vote the way they want. You have to convince people otherwise. You have to convince people to vote for you. That's that. Now, by the way, Real Clear Politics showing Republicans picking up 4 in the House. But they're also showing governors losing 2. I don't know what pickups they say Democrats got in governor's races. Let me just double check that. Right there. See, I don't have. Oh, but no, I don't have the pickups, do I? They're not in there. Wait, all governor results. Right there. Maryland and Massachusetts, right? So Larry Hogan was the governor of Maryland, a Republican to the extent it's a Democratic pickup. And you did have, was it Charlie Baker, who was the governor in Massachusetts, a Republican? It's not a Democratic pickup. These things are not surprising. These things are not surprising at all. Still waiting on Oregon, still waiting on Nevada, which looks to be a Republican pickup. Notice they don't have Michigan there because it shouldn't be called. It should not be called at this stage of the game. Then you've got that Alaska election where you've got the Republican Party of Alaska that picked Kelly Shabaka. You've got Murkowski also running in that race. That's going to be fascinating. And there's that Arizona race. Blank. Blankety blank, blank, blank. Super duper frustrating not to have any new information coming in from Arizona. Oh, that's a frustrating one. But guys, I love you. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you guys being here and how much I thank Americans for Prosperity. AmericansForProsperity.org. which sponsors this and sponsors my video series at rumble.com/Tony Katz. Check them out for yourself. Be a part. Go to some meetings, see what they're doing, see the activism that they're engaged in, see the conversations that they're having, and you'll find, hey, I agree with those conversations. AmericansForProsperity.org. And my thanks to Blend Bar Cigar in Indianapolis, blendbarcigar.com, Houston, in Nashville, in Pittsburgh. You got to check them out for yourself. Finest cigar lounge in the world, blendbarcigar.com. You got to do it. Join me at 6 a.m. on WIBC.com for the radio show. Yes, I'll be awake. And also, TonyKatz.locals.com. TonyKatz.locals.com. I'd appreciate it if you'd subscribe and be a part of it. And rumble.com/Tony Katz. That's where you want to be. You want to be subscribed there. You want to be a part of what we're doing there. That's what you want to do. Please subscribe. I appreciate it. You are adored. And I will catch you at 6 a.m., everyone. Take care.